I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My family's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the result. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the #1 Chief Rocket Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezie. Welcome to the premiere Knicks in the Nighttime show. Man, I'm sorry about being late. Man, I messed around and dozed off, man. Damn. I messed around and closed my eyes, man. And before you know it, man, yo, I'm sorry. I apologize, y'all. I apologize for being late. I'm just going to keep it a stack. Ain't no real excuse, man, but I was just asleep. Yo, I saw the thing, man. I jumped up, man. I was like, no, my people. Yeah, man. So my apologies for running late, man. And then when I jumped up, man, I couldn't. Then when I jumped up, I had to get my life together, man. I had to wash up and everything, and you know what I'm saying? I had to wash up, man, and all type of stuff, man. I was messing around. That rain took a toll on me outside, y'all. Like that song by SWV. Man, listen, man. Yo, my bad. My apologies, everybody. I apologize. I apologize, man. Yo, great win tonight against a Utah team that really wanted to win against us. I think from now on, we are going to face teams that want to be streak busters, right? I think legit teams want to disturb our groove, so to speak, right? I think teams now are going to want to be that team that beat that team and blase blah, right? I think that's what we're facing now, right? I think that's what we're facing now. Let me take this thing down here so y'all can see who you are talking to. What's good? It's the #1 Chief Rock. Uncle Freezie is in the building. What's good? So we beat Utah. The team is now. So I got a lot of thoughts in my head. So I'm just gonna spew these things that are in my head, and then is that for me? Thank you. Oh, be careful. They can see you. Come here. You want to be on camera? So the boss lady said she didn't want to be on camera. Okay. She said she didn't want to be on camera. I can imagine. So, yeah, man. Cowboy Bob in the building. Corey Lee, what's good, man? Our Future Media. Jake, what's happening? Boulevard 73 in the building. Yeah, man. I see y'all, man. I apologize about being late. Ed, what's good, man? Brian Batista's in the building. What's good? Kerry Cox, The son of the legend is in the building. Andre Walker was in here. Jerry Fitz, what's happening? What's happening? Yeah, man. Yeah, y'all. So thank y'all for being patient with me and hanging in there, man, and coming through. Appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so off, yeah. You know what I'm about to talk about, right? Yo, your man's is Nostradamus. So yeah, I'm Nostradamus, right? Kind of a little, well, not really, but kinda, you know, in a way, in a way, I'm kind of Nostradamus. Yeah, the Knicks are on their way, man. I'm looking for the standings so I can see exactly where we are. So not only did we leapfrog Philly, but so did Cleveland. So did Cleveland, right? Cleveland is 9-1 in their last 10 games, and so are the Knicks. And Milwaukee is a game back. All I'm really saying to you, right, is if you're Boston, you better look out. If you're Boston, you better look out. Yep, Cowboy Bob, you're right. You're right. Shout out to all the members of the channel that help support to get this channel off the ground with our financial contributions and your other type contributions. Will Salkin is in the building. Yeah, man. Was good. Man, yo, for one, let me start by saying this. Or I guess it's not for one, but I just want to clearly state this, right? This team is a championship contender. I could talk about tonight's game, man, but tonight's game is tonight's game, man. That's all that is. Right? It's just another team biting the dust. Jalen Brunson is really good. Dante DiVincenzo has stepped his game all the way up. Dante DiVincenzo has stepped his game all the way up. It's a lot of stuff for us to consider. There are a lot of things for us to consider. Don't want to totally react to a January game, but if we're going by what the trends tell us, then yeah, this team is ready. Cowboy Bob is out there. Cowboy Bob, I see you. I'm gonna put the link. I'm gonna throw the link in there for Cowboy Bob because I bet you Cowboy Bob got something to say. I ain't even gonna lie, that it's still raining. It's still raining outside. And man, it's like the most peaceful rain here where I'm at. It's crazy. Man, it feels like we're in a place. It feels like we're in a place, everybody. This team legit is a team that could legit get to a place of 20 games over 500?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, hold on. Hey, Cowboy Bob got something going on. Should I tell Cowboy Bob this thing is loud? Y'all, everybody, hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Hey, Cowboy Bob, what's good, man?
Good morning, guys. How are you? Is it
Sleepy
better?
but excited.
Yeah, I'm good too. This team is proving something to me, man. I'm just.
Hey, hold on right there. I gotta play an intro real quick. Hold on.
Here,
Salute,
what's up?
salute.
What's up?
Yeah.
What's
Salute,
good, Jay?
salute.
What's good with you, Cowboy Bobby, and my
I.
uncle Freeze?
Yo, what's up, boss?
Good morning, guys.
Salute
What's up,
to all
man?
y'all. What's going on, y'all?
Yeah, man. Quite a few things, man. The Knicks are 31-17 and on pace to be a team that's 20 games over 500. I know that's a lot to ask, but right now the Knicks are 14 games over 500. And when you look at their upcoming schedule of games right before the
Indiana.
All-Star break, they won't go. I don't know if this team, I don't know when the next loss will come. Let me put it that way. But at the same time, I'm not looking forward to the next losses. But let me just point out something real quick before y'all jump into it. Since January 1st, the Knicks are at 5-1, 6-1, 6-2. Wow. 14-2 since January 1st.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Most
impressive.
wins since '96, I think, or '94. I'm not sure.
Damn, that's crazy.
94.
Yeah, '94. Gee, I
Yeah.
got it mixed up in January.
What
Yeah,
a big,
man.
what a big change. That's crazy stuff. That's crazy, in a
Um,
good way.
so here's the thing. We play Indiana on Thursday. Then we play the Lakers in a nationally televised game on Saturday at 8:30. Then Memphis and then Dallas.
That's the
Right.
game.
Right. And then Indiana again. Then Houston, Orlando, Philly, Boston.
Mm.
Um
Orlando. Yeah.
and so my question is to you guys. My question is to you guys. How comfortable do you feel with this team against anybody in the NBA right now? Do you guys feel like this team right now can compete with anybody in the NBA right now?
I do, 100%.
Okay. Okay.
I do as well. Let me know when you guys are gonna elaborate,
N-
because
n-
like I
n-
want to make sure
n-
everybody gets
Well,
their point
well,
off.
let Corey Lee didn't answer either though. Lee, what do you think? So
I ain't
Lee,
gonna lie to you. I got question marks still. You know what I'm saying? I'm waiting for that first L, and then we'll see where we go from there. God, you know what I'm saying? God forbid, anytime soon.
okay, okay. Well, hey, Cowboy Bob, if you want to elaborate, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, actually, this whole season, this team has been making adjustments, and don't get me wrong, in the heat of the moment, it may not have looked well, but in the overall battle, they have made adjustments through injuries. They've shown that these guys that we have as backups are actually starters. So they've done more than just research and develop these players. It's just the other players in front of them weren't clicking. Now, with Hartenstein as an example, Hartenstein, since Mitch went down, he stepped up a lot. I didn't expect him to be this good. And even if you look at Dante when Grimes went to the bench, Dante stepped up, and now the previous game he had 41 minutes, 22 shots. Like this guy is shooting more involved, and he's just clicking with Brunson. And even if you look at the second half of this game, it was close within 2 points. And then you look 5 minutes down the line, the defense and everything is still setting in with these players who we think are supposed to be there, OG, Randall, but they're still holding guys with the same lead, with the same contention for 10. I mean, a good 2 minutes, 3 minutes stretches of having a 10-0 run, 8-0 run. I'm amazed. I think this team, constructed as it is, it has the energy and is going in the right way to where if we add someone, unless they're with that mentality, it's gonna disrupt everything. I think the Knicks can compete with everybody. The only reason why Boston has an advantage is because they took their 3 wins earlier in the season.
Right. Right. Man, that's a lot to digest right there, bro. Jake, what do you thinking, man?
I'm just so proud of our team, man. Big improvements, lots of adjustments, especially when one of our good players on the roster are injured, including OG. The crazy thing about that is that without OG and Randall, they look way better than I expected, and that really impresses me. And I'm just so proud of them. I'm proud. So, orange and blue skies, baby. Let's get it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the Utah Jazz, those players that I ain't gonna lie to you, those players that we were mentioning from the Utah Jazz, they don't look the same to me today as they did before the game, right?
How did all of them do?
Hold on, let me finish my point. Hold on, let me finish my point just real quick. So the reason why I say that is because we viewed them as maybe complementary pieces to what we already have, like a shrimp scampi right next to your steak dinner, or a 8-year-old red wine. You know what I'm saying, from a small family. You know how small families make wine and whatever. And so you thought, going into the game, I was thinking, wow, what would make this team great? Jordan Clarkson. And then we go into this game, and I see Jordan Clarkson against this team's defense, and you know what I think? I'll pass. Right? I saw Colin Sexton tonight though against the Knicks, and I was thinking he might be the one. Corey Lee. He got like this alpha level of dog, and I don't care in him that makes you think like he might be the dude we need. Here's the thing. Would he be okay with coming off the bench and not disturbing the groove? That's the thing. I saw a bunch of guys tonight go up against the Knicks and not look like what we thought. Laurie Marketing, Lee, you remember when dudes on other channels was talking about getting Laurie Marketing and starting him at the 2?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you remember
Yes,
that?
sir.
Remember people had like,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Blasphemy.
man. When a lot of Knicks fans were talking about getting Laurie Marketing, how did Laurie Marketing look tonight against our backups?
Not so good.
Bro, I'm
And I
saying,
was one of those Knicks fans. I liked Larry too.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So not to diminish anybody's point, but listen, it's not just Laurie Markkinen. It's not just Kelly Olynyk who finished with 1 point and 5 rebounds in 21 minutes. Right? It's not just them, but it's also the game yesterday. Remember we played Charlotte yesterday?
Yes,
How
sir.
did PJ
Yes, sir.
Washington look? How did PJ Washington look against us
Bad.
yesterday after coming off a
So bad.
43-point game?
He looked
Just
bad.
so
Remember, PJ
not great.
Washington scored 43 points this week, right?
Mm-hmm.
And PJ Washington against us went 7 for 19 with Corey Lee, 2 rebounds from a power forward in 35 minutes.
No OG
Not
too.
good. No
Yeah,
bueno.
But Miles Bridges, he had a game versus us, bro. He's the one that went on fire for the whole roster of the Hornets.
yeah, yeah,
I'm sorry, you can't stop everyone, but as the way this team is constructed, it's slowing down a lot of good players and a lot of good teams.
yeah.
I
That's
honestly
I
our
feel
want to
defense,
say,
though. That's the best part of our defense. They can stop anybody. That's why I
no.
believe in them.
That, and then, like I said, everyone is finding their own way. So I honestly think that this team is hungry. They got something to prove. Let them rock. You add someone else, or you change up the tempo, you're not gonna see the full potential. I'm not even gonna really sit here and say every player did their part, but as a team, they're doing really well, a lot better than I thought they would with the injuries and how they're playing. And I could even get into Josh Hart, how he's been contributing, but DiVincenzo, that's the real step up. Because everybody's been talking about Murray. We need Donovan Mitchell. This guy, we got him for a 2-year contract, dirt cheap. He looking like him and Brunson, we're gonna have to pay these guys a lot of money. Both of them shooting above 40%. We working in a whole new territory as Knicks fans, man. Let's just enjoy this.
Josh Hart,
Yeah,
that triple
oh,
double too. That's also was incredible. That was
yeah,
perfect.
Like who
yeah.
thought? I'm
I,
not gonna lie.
oh
I
Jesus Christ!
I'm telling you the truth.
What
I didn't
happened?
even think. Hmm?
What happened?
Josh Hart had a
Nothing.
triple double.
Okay.
He was aiming for that tonight. He wanted to get that, and he got it. That was
No.
incredible.
I
Yeah,
didn't even think he had it in him. I thought he was at best a double double type of guy, but he showed something. Okay, you showed us something. Now we're not expecting you to get that all the time, but we're expecting you to keep showing us improvements like that. And Josh Hart can get a triple double after what months and months of everyone killing him, talking about we're overpaying him for this. If he can show promise like this, and DiVincenzo showing promise like this, imagine what Flynn and Achua is doing. Because even Achua is stepping up. Grimes, McBride is stepping up. Even though when Grimes is off, he'll help out with defense, and Grimes will help McBride will help out with the offense. Like these two guys are wonder twinning it. Like it's a
right,
very unique problem we have.
They're clicking. It's about clicking,
yeah,
and the chemistry works out perfectly now. They're getting it.
Oh, I just want to say something real quick. I want to say shout out to Leon who's for nepotism and bringing in three, four good friends, and three of which you can play because I mean they really stepped up and first of all Dante was in fuego and just Brunson because they were all trying to come at Brunson and shut him down. The fact that Dante stepped up and picked his spots. And then they found Precious, and Precious could finish tonight. And also Josh Hart for what Jake just said for that triple double, which he's spoken to existence.
right,
You
right,
know, I'm grateful that he had the vision that I didn't have, and sort of things that we all as Knicks fans couldn't see, even if it was for the night. That was great. So you know, that's all I wanted to drop. Like my 2 cents for now. That was dope. Lee, I
right,
wrote.
And
right,
that won't be every game though. Like don't expect him to do that every game, but that was just his time to shine.
right, right,
But that's what we're expecting from all our players. When it's your time to step up, you may not do scoring, but you contribute enough to where you keep this team in contention. Because basically, what we're asking and what the second team is showing is defense. They're locking down. Look at the second half when Utah bought it within two. The Knicks locked it down, ended up getting a 15-0 run. Like, and this is with the second team, mixing in the first and second team. So with us, we have a lot of good things going for us. Like I said, untreaded territory. Two good guards. We got two down low guys in power forward position. One defensive. One can do rebounding and facility. You got guys coming off the bench contributing in a way that most people don't even expect. This is gonna be all fronts, different types of attacks. This is why I think we can win. It's very hard to stop a team that functions as a unit.
I just, you know what, I gotta say this though. I'm very interested in how the Knicks are gonna, how they're gonna play, how they're gonna do versus Boston coming up. That's gonna be the test right there, I believe.
I'm not worried about Boston, and the reason why I'm not worried about them is because right now we need to solidify what we are and stay there. So when we do see these guys, it ain't no question. We just hit them right in the mouth and keep it moving.
Okay.
Facts. All
Right. Right. Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'm with y'all, man, on maybe not being afraid of Boston. Now, I respect Boston. I'm not. I want to see this team fully healthy against Boston. I don't know if Boston wants to see us. Right. At the same time, at the same time, we're in this situation where within a calendar month we go from the hunter to the hunted. Right. And as Knicks fans, we should understand that NBA basketball doesn't live in a vacuum, right? All the stuff that you guys are seeing on a nightly basis, 29 other fan bases are seeing on a nightly basis also, right? So if you see the Knicks playing great, guess who else sees them playing great? 29 other franchises. So if it's one of those situations where in perspective, you don't know whether you want to kind of fly under the radar, right? Or be the leader of the pack, right? And I want to ask you guys, do you want to are you would you prefer in this scenario, I'm going to base it off a movie. I'm going to base it off Rocky. Would you rather be Apollo Creed in Rocky 1 or Rocky in Rocky 1? Which one would you prefer? Which approach would you like to take?
I'd like to take the Rocky approach.
Okay. Why?
I say that because we actually don't fully know where we are because this is still new for us in a long time. And the fact that we actually have a solid force, we can hit them in the mouth. But what people don't remember is even though we lose this year, next year he came back and won the belt. See, once Apollo Creed lost, that was it. I think Boston is the Apollo Creed.
Right.
That's why I say I think I want to go with the Rocky route because later on down the career we have with these young guys and the talent. The next 3 4 years, I think we can. I am scared of Boston. Don't get me wrong. They ran the East for 6 years, but what I'm saying is the next 3 years we can be those guys that put them on their backs and be like, yo, we here too.
Right. Right. Jake, what do you think? What do you think, bro? Would you rather be Apollo Creed in this scenario, or would you rather be Rocky? Yeah, that's a tough
Can
question,
you
huh? Yeah.
can you elaborate what the those two things mean? Honestly,
Um,
what the yeah what you're referring to?
one
I
guy.
think he's too young to understand that analogy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Or
if you can
or
explain that to me.
Lee, go first, and then well, go right here, and then that way, you know, what I'm saying.
Me personally, I'm gonna go with. I'd rather be Apollo Creed. To be honest with you, I want to be the champ and stay on top. You know,
Right,
no matter how you win, you win. You
right,
know what I'm saying? For example, you know, and this is I think this is what your point that you're trying to get to. No matter how much, no matter whatever it takes, you still stay on top. That's what we got to do. You
right,
know, I'm missing like my man, what's his name, Ronnie Lott, cut off his finger to stay in the game. He
right,
got 9 fingers, but he's
right,
still in the game and he's still a champion. with
Right.
9 fingers or not. You understand what I'm saying? No
Right.
matter what you want to do, you want to do everything you can to stay on top. So with that said, and it took a horrific, a, 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 let me slow down so I can enunciate this right. A hero-esque effort for Rocky to win in Rocky 2, and it was
Right.
by luck. Which you know what I'm saying. Which anyway is irrelevant to what it is because Rocky won it was what Apollo Creed did everything he could to hang on to the top, no matter
Right.
whatever it took. You know what I'm saying? So yes, I want us to keep winning, no matter what it is. Yo, we lose somebody else tomorrow. Somebody else steps right in and picks it right back up and keeps us carrying us to the main goal, championship. That's what I'm feeling.
Right. Yeah, and the first Rocky, and that's the one that we're talking about, not all the other Rocky movies, not Rocky 5 and Creed and all. I'm just talking about just the original Rocky movie. The underdog flew under the radar, and when it came time for him to face the champ, he gave the champ everything he had and left it out on the ring. And his goal, his goal was not to knock out the champ. His goal was to show the world that he was a contender. Right? That was his goal. If he won, but he just wanted to show the world that he could do it. And what happened was he lost to Apollo Creed and cried out to his girl, like, Adrian, I did it. I showed the world that I am a contender. Basically, you remember the ending, right? When he was crying out for his girl.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And yeah, and Apollo Creed was like, damn, boy, he almost took my belt. But he almost
Hmm.
took his belt, right? But he didn't.
Almost. Did.
Right, 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 right. And so that's what I'm asking. In theory, would you be rather be the cocky front runner taking on all challenges, or would you just rather fly under the radar until you get your shot and just do the best you can when you get to the NBA finals, right? And see what happens. Get to the NBA finals against the Timberwolves and take your chances.
I now I'm understanding. Okay, so I would be the Creed, and the reason being is because um as in referring to the Knicks thing, you don't want to waste your energy through the whole season. You want to play good at the same time, but you want to like save your energy and your also your A game during into to the playoffs. So when you mention like going flying under the radar, I rather be this in a consistent like run that we're in, but also not wasting our energies. So the lack of so we don't get our players don't get injured. So we're not risking anything.
Right. Right.
So and also to show us that we're still here. We're known as well.
Right. Right. No doubt. No doubt. Um, not gonna lie to you. I feel like um where the Knicks are with winning 8 straight, it's not a we got hot at the right time blip on the schedule type scenario. Before this 8 game winning streak, the Knicks went on a 6-2 streak, right? So they were hot already, 6-2. And then to win 8 in a row just makes me think that this team can be something, right? But the thing is what are we gonna base that on, right? Because we have a few tough games coming up. But the thing about it is we've already had tough games on the schedule. And the irony is that we didn't lose to the tough teams on the schedule. We lost to the teams that had a kryptonite for us, so to speak. Like teams that kept the game close and made our backup guards play. Yeah, that was a little. That might be our struggle, so to speak.
I see that, but
Yeah.
this team has evolved since then, though. Because for us to still pull off only 2 losses in the last 16 games, that shows there's a lot of promise to this team. And when everybody comes back healthy, we ain't gonna be flying under the radar. It's basically what I'm saying. If you really think about it off of your analogy, we are Apollo Creed. Because when everybody's healthy, they are just gonna be running around hitting people in the mouth, taking on all contenders, proving them wrong. But right now, because we're hurt, we're still putting that fight together. The Knicks is gonna show a lot of people different things. The bench has stepped up a lot. Achua stepped up with his points and his rebounding as well. You look at how everybody on the bench is working well with one another and clicking. It's just kind of scary because now the players are actually playing not just for themselves, but they're playing for tips. Like these guys are, you see tips, like you saw tips tonight. Even Jalen Brunson was trying to joke with him, like, yo, coach, let me get a pound. And you're looking at him like, all right, here you go. You even see him crack a smile once in a while. I haven't
Right.
seen him do that in a minute,
Right.
but he still tips. And he
Right.
has a lot of adjustments, a lot. I can't wait for the playoffs, man. I want to see what kind of I think he upgraded his arsenal so much so we don't even see what's coming.
How? How so?
When he uses the way how lately he's been using DiVincenzo as the
Okay.
secondary, like basically everyone's saying with the secondary team we were gonna use DeJounte Murray. He's using that with Dante right now. Having him start, having him run with the second team. When before OG got hurt, it was him and OG. And then he also rotated him out with Randall. He was getting him more involved into the offense to where he can get more minutes and he can even get more shot attempts. Also with the rotation as well, he's found a way to use Grimes and McBride at the same time to come off the bench to where they can keep the defense there and their offense isn't that much of a detriment. They are getting fewer looks and fewer shots, but they're more consistent as well as getting to the foul line. They still miss, but they still get to the foul line. They get back on defense twice as hard. So Tibbs has found ways to adjust it and make people's games even better from what I've seen over the last, let's say, 8 games.
Right. Right. Hold on for a split second, everybody. Have somebody backstage. Let me bring. All right. It's gonna be a surprise for Corey Lee, I think. Corey Lee. Surprise.
Yo,
Hey boss.
salute,
Salute.
Salute, Dre.
You're
Morning.
salute, Freezie, salute, Cowboy Bob, BT, salute, Jake, salute, Core,
Salute, Dre.
what's good,
Salute
baby?
to you, my man.
salute to the chat.
Yeah, man.
Man, I gotta get an intro. It's Freezy. That was fire.
Yeah.
Gotta put in
Hey,
some work, man.
yeah, you gotta put in some hours, bro. You just can't walk
Oh,
up
I,
and get
I
a. You
didn't
can't
realize
just walk up and get an
that.
intro, Jake. I mean, he was
I didn't
having
realize that. I'm a newbie.
it.
I'll work on my grind. No worries.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
No doubt.
Yeah, man. So Cowboy Bob said something that was interesting. I was hoping that he would elaborate on it. There were a
Oh,
few points in there that you mentioned, bro.
mm-hmm.
Um, um, can you elaborate on the reason why you said that first?
Oh,
Not the stuff
with
that you
it.
said, but your perspective. What's your perspective on it? Why? How did you get to that conclusion?
The perspective is with the last 10 games, like I've said, we've seen players get hurt. Hartenstein got hurt. He made an adjustment with Achua. it didn't work that well. But then the next game you look and you see, wow, Achua actually can step up. Then you see that Randall got hurt. He also made the adjustment with Randall, with the center position, making sure Hartenstein's minutes went down when he came back after 2 games of missing. So these are little adjustments I've seen Tibbs do, and also change the rotations as well to where it's actually deeper. And he's
So
using
are
like,
you but are you saying that, are you mentioning this stuff from a perspective of a Knicks fan that thinks this team should be playing June basketball, or are you saying it from a perspective of a Knicks fan that is has their feet on solid ground and putting one foot in front of the other, and what happens tomorrow, but you're concerned about today?
yes, I'm concerned about today because
Okay,
tomorrow isn't promised. But championship, this looks like a road for championship based off of what I've seen.
okay,
I can say that.
okay, okay. Dre, what's good, bro?
I'm chilling, man. I can't. There's literally nothing I can complain about right now
Yeah,
in terms of like when BT said like thinking championship. I don't think BT is just thinking about this year alone. I
Yep.
think he's thinking about being a consistent contender for the minimum the next 4 or 5 years
right,
while Brunson is here at the peak of his powers,
right.
and being flexible and having value contracts that you could use or even maintain your flexibility, and you can combine a star like for instance Dante only makes $11 million for the $11 plus million for the next 4 years.
Three plus one, yeah, 4 years, yeah, yeah. Because I'm certainly gonna pick up that team option, bro.
Yeah,
See?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
when you have contracts on your books like that, it makes it easy to absorb a mega contract, hypothetically speaking,
yeah,
or even have multiple $30 to $40 million guys on your team. Because you know Brunson's going to get the bag, but because Dante is making that type of money with that type of production, it doesn't really even matter.
right,
when Brunson's getting his 50 to 60 that he deserves. By the way,
right, yeah,
there's I wanted to mention like one thing in terms of Tibbs. I think Tibbs finally found like a big he trusts against like teams with stretch bigs, because if you notice, teams who have stretch bigs now, we're kind of nullifying them with with precious minutes.
yeah,
Like they're not getting. I think we've switched. We've we've alternated between our defenses from drop to now being more comfortable with switching.
yeah, yeah,
And since the precious trade, it's kind of ratcheted up in terms of our flexibility on defense. It's I think it's probably the main reason. I was thinking, oh, maybe Tibbs is just super rigid with how he organizes his defense, but it was clearly looking like it was a roster construction issue
yeah. It was
that we had
yeah,
that we had to get through.
yeah. It was. It's the same thing on offense, though. I've been saying, Dre, since you and I have been doing late nights together. Remember how I was pointing out Thibodeau's differences in offense?
Yeah,
Remember, yo, 2 summers ago, or this first summer that you and I started rocking together, I pointed out that the Knicks were seventh in pick and roll attempts and 26th in points per possession and field goal percentage in pick and roll.
we were
Yeah.
trying to run something that we just didn't have the players for.
Right. We didn't have the player to fit the system. And this is the reason why I put up the Jalen Brunson numbers from Dallas. And people were saying we need to run more pick and roll, but the answer was not running more pick and roll, right? The answer was um
Getting someone that can run the pick and
yeah,
roll effectively.
improving the pick and roll, points per possession and field goal, and also the key factor in that was improving our 3-point shooting.
Yep.
Remember that we had to and so now what I'm saying to everybody, now Tom Thibodeau has been wanting to change up stuff, but you couldn't leave RJ Barrett on the island as a defender on the floor with Emmanuel quickly that may get switched onto a big.
And he'll get bullied.
Yep, both of them.
It's
But
it's
Both.
If you notice, like the way Tibbs values strength to a point that
Right.
it's like if you notice all of our guys that are in the rotation now are very stout. Like the fire ant approach that you're talking about, Freezie,
Right.
you can't really play that fire ant approach if your defense gets breached
Right.
because a guy is either slow footed or is too slight a frame. Even
Right.
though Quickly is a great team defender,
Right.
if someone decided to isolate on him, they're probably going to get to where they need to go
Right.
if they're a good enough
Right. So,
offensive line.
and so the thing about Quickly is not a bad man defender, but when we're talking about an excellent defense, oh,
Sorry, my bad. My bad. Should have
and,
muted.
yeah, so quickly's wasn't a bad defender. I think he was a pretty good defender. The numbers always say he's a good defender, but the thing about Quickly is for a short guy that's not relatively strong and not a great leaper, when you get him at the rim, there's really nothing that man can do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
he's a great
Help
defender
defender.
in my opinion. Like I feel like he'd still be great in this team defense, right? But people's shortcomings in real life are people's shortcomings in real life. It's just what it is.
Yeah.
Like nobody, like no human. Well, let me say this: most human beings aren't built in a lab. There are some human beings built in a lab, right? But then there are some of us that are love childs. You know what I'm saying? That are love children
We're passion projects. We're
or
still in
passion
development.
projects. Yeah. That's great term. Great. That's a better way to put it. Yeah. And so with Tom Thibodeau's defense right now, straight to your point, I saw some things last night that only a big, strong, fast guy could do. Right? Jericho Sims,
Yeah.
the reverse pivot on the baseline, the Jordan dunk. Remember, you remember that in the
Oh my,
second quarter?
yes,
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
the move of the night.
yeah. A big, strong, physical guy, fast, can pull that off. Right? For instance, I don't think Mitchell Robinson pulls that off. Right? You got to have the moves and the wherewithal and all that stuff to pull
The
that off.
coordination.
Yeah,
The feet.
yeah.
Like,
And
yeah,
then
Mitch can do it when he's headed directly to the rim because in the times that he's done
in a
it
straight line,
in a
he could
straight
do it.
line, but if he has to
But he
take
had, but spinning back towards the baseline with your right hand, one dribble on the floor, jumping over the crowd. I don't know if that's a Mitch move.
that's something that's reserved for the Wembanyama's and Chet Holmgrens. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
if you can do that at 7 feet, you're going at the top of the lottery.
yeah. So and so what I'm saying, what I'm seeing from everybody that's playing, bro, I'm seeing Precious Achua play with a level of confidence we hadn't seen in Miami and Toronto. And what makes what
I've been keen on Precious. He's had spurts on Toronto where he was averaging 18 plus for like 15 to 20 games.
yeah,
But he's not prioritized because they have so many wings
yeah,
that it's like he really gets those burns when guys are injured and
right.
he gets the opportunity and then he grabs the opportunity. But when he's not prioritized or relied upon, then he gets put at the back.
Because he's so raw.
He's super volatile. Like if you put him in short spurts, you'll see some of the worst play.
Yeah.
But if you keep continuously going to him, he'll work through his shortcomings and still produce for you.
Right.
And if it's one thing that Tibbs can do, especially with big men, he'll raise the hell out of that floor.
Yeah.
Like he made Norvell Pell look serviceable.
So, yeah, and Norvell, I'll beat Norvell Pell right now, 1-on-1, bro. Right now. Right now, bro. I'll beat Norvell. And I might dunk on him, bro. I may dunk on him, bro. If he let
Right
me,
after that granddad nap.
if he let me get that runway that Cason Wallace had again. Y'all remember the runway Cason Wallace had from the James Harden steal? That man
Yep.
took one. That man took one dribble from the opposing 3-point line and took like 42 steps to the rim.
It looked
Right?
like Fred Flintstone starting up his car.
Yeah. Yes.
God
Yes.
bless the dude. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. So my thing is, Dre, I agree with you, and if we want to stay on this just a little bit, so that we can get back to Cowboy Bob's point. So
Hmm.
Cowboy Bob, we're not tabling your point, right?
Yeah,
So we want to add some Parmesan,
some
right?
flavor,
To it.
some
Like
sazon.
like you ever been to Olive? Anybody in here ever been to Olive Garden?
Yeah, and they just give you the
Yes,
cheese and you
sir.
tell them to stop. Keep going.
Yeah,
Adds the
yeah,
spice to it. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
yeah. So if we take the Olive Garden approach here, Dre, what I would ask you is this: does this new look, and I don't want to, and I'm not saying this to trigger anybody or have it to be a 3-hour conversation, right? Right, and not to make it a 3-hour tour, a 3-hour tour, not to have it be that, but does this make a player like Mitchell Robinson seem obsolete?
Uh, it's hard for me to say that, Freezy, because ultimately we know the defense that Tibbs idealizes, like what
Right.
he wants that super rangy, big drop defender, big. And to be absolutely honest, it can go from matchup to matchup. Where like if we play the Cleveland Cavaliers, you definitely want Mitch out there
Right.
if they're gonna run their two big men,
Right.
right? But when like we go into another series, like hypothetically speaking, against like the Miami Heat, right? You want to downsize and have more switchable guys. I think there's value in having both. It just it has to come down to the right buttons you push. I'm not
But in practicality, you can't have both.
well, long term it's almost impossible to have both, but for the
Right.
season you can have both, right?
Right. Because they're under contract, right?
Yeah.
Because they're here on a roster and are forced
And a
to be
salary
here.
cap exists. So
Yeah.
but
So
for this year, no, yeah. But I'm not sure going forward you can entertain the idea of paying two centers or three bigs, right? A ton of money.
and
Like
and
there's a reason why like the Timberwolves are gonna probably move Carl Towns at some
right.
point because you can't pay him, Nazir Little, not Nazir though, Nas Reed
Nas Reed. Yeah.
and Gobert all that money. It's just not feasible underneath this
Right.
cap.
And then plus basically, Jake, basically what I asked Dre was, is there a world where Tom Thibodeau can legit play 5 big men in a rotation?
Oh no.
Right? Because think about what I'm saying. Right? You have 3 bigs here now, but you have 2 bigs injured. Is there a world where Mitch and Randall, Hartenstein, Sims, and Precious Achua all play?
Sims is the odd man out.
Is there a world? Is there a world where Tom Thibodeau will play 4 big men on a night?
Yeah. We,
Yes.
he's had prior rotations where he did play four big men. Now, we may not consider Obi a big man in the play style, right? But
Right.
he played the four and he was drafted as a four. Now, we use him as a floor spacer, but we had remember Freezy, we had this conversation where it was like most teams don't have four big men in their
Oh,
rotation.
we had to
Tibbs
know. We had the
did,
conversation that most teams don't play 4
yeah,
big men.
but
Yeah.
Tibbs always did.
Yeah, but when he did, the teams didn't look like this.
Well, yeah, Precious is more of a bruiser than Obi because Obi
Right.
was used as essentially like a small ball four, or he would space, right?
Right. 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 Right.
And we kind of used him as like a change up for Randall, whereas Randall was the bruiser, high usage guy.
Right.
But I think there's a reality where you can have both. And to be fair, to this point, Freezy, here's this thing. Precious has shown the ability to be effective next to another center, as he
Yeah.
has in the last few games. And
Yeah.
when Randall comes back, we might have to put Randall in the minutes. minutes restriction.
We may in order
And
to keep
Randall
him
might,
healthy for the playoffs.
yeah, and Randall may not play the same 36. Randall might have to be cut down to 30. And that alone opens up about 18 minutes for Precious. And if you pair Precious next to Hartenstein, as opposed to pairing him with Mitch, you can make that four big rotation work.
You know what I noticed? You remember the conversation that I had with you back in November when I told you that Jericho Sims is not an NBA center.
Yeah.
Remember, yeah, I mentioned that, and it sounded like I was a hater, and I wasn't trying to be a hater. I was merely pointing out the fact that a six, because I think Precious is what 6'8", 6'9". I'm going to say 6'9".
I
I'm going
think
to say
6'8".
I'm going to say all
But
the
he has
power
super
forwards.
long arms.
Yeah,
Long
super
arms.
long
He's,
arms, athletic,
yeah.
athletic,
Physical.
physical, determined, energy guy. Right?
I think I know where you're going with this.
Yeah. Precious Achua does the same stuff that I was asking of that version of Jericho Sims, and I think this also may be a blessing in disguise. In that,
I think we may have been asking Jericho Sims to do something that only Mitch could feasibly do at that time,
right,
because we were asking him to hold up the defense from a space of being a long rangy defender that Mitch was, while we had the old defense where RJ was playing the brunt of the minutes at the wing, and we had to pick up his slack and pick up Brunson's slack and pick up Randall's slack at the same time. And
right,
Tibbs was throwing him out there against starting bigs. It was just too overwhelming for him at that point. And I think we're in a groove right now in terms of our communication on that end. Because Tibbs teams improve defensively over the course of the season. It's only natural that it gets better. But I think he was overwhelmed at that point. And I think he should have never went from not playing at all to playing starting caliber NBA centers, because he wasn't playing slouches either when he
yeah,
came in.
no, we was putting him out there against guys.
Instead of putting him against second units
Yeah,
where he could find and carve out a place for himself
yeah,
within the flow of a game. But when you throw him out there against legit top 10 NBA centers, and then you're asking him to cover up for Randall, Brunson, and RJ,
right,
it's just something he can't do. Like even and it was something that Mitch was struggling to do, because if you notice in December, that I think we had the largest like drop from month to month in defensive points per game.
right, right,
We gave up 125, 124 points per game in December,
right,
and literally the next month we gave up 100.
right,
It was roster construction, and it was just asking Mitch to do things that is just, it's not sustainable. It just
right.
wasn't sustainable. So
And
let alone
Hartenstein also.
yeah,
Hartenstein
Hartenstein was part of that as well.
yeah,
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 it was just not sustainable to hold up with over the course of an entire season against good teams, because we were definitely front loaded.
yeah,
Our season was definitely front loaded with top tier offenses,
yeah,
and it was just something that was just not feasible to like consistently win with. And we had to make the move, and we pulled the trigger, and now
right,
we have a lot more flexibility on both ends.
right, right. And so it's I think we're in the area, Cowboy Bob, of maybe a trade for Daniel Gafford is not a good thing at this point,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't do it.
right? Right. Even though we like, I mean, we like gingers. Clearly, we have Malachi Flynn. We may as well get one more ginger, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
we Daniel Gafford, Dante DiVincenzo, and Malachi Flynn can all be twins, right? But the thing is um teams nowadays generally don't have rotations of 5 big men.
Nah.
But to me, I think Jericho Sims has earned his playing time, right? And one of the things that Dre mentioned that makes complete sense is that the coverages that we're running now are, from what I saw, they look like they're the same, but at the same time, without Randall, right? And I'm not knocking Randall. Y'all know I love Randall. But
Mm-hmm.
without Randall on the floor with Precious Achua and Hartenstein, if Hartenstein is pulled away from the rim, right? Precious Achua can be the weak side rim protector, rotation shot blocker at the rim that we miss because that's not in Randall's skill set. Now, with that said, I'm not saying,
We're not
Precious,
better without Randall by no means.
yeah, no. And what I was going to say is,
That's I know. Yeah, I know. What
yeah,
you're saying.
what I'm saying is Precious Achua is
It's just different.
1/20th of the player that Julius Randle is.
It just presents a different element
Right,
that you have at your disposal when you need it. If the occasion calls for it.
right,
Like
You know,
I wanted to say
defensively,
like I want to say like we're definitely swarming. We're way more aggressive at the point of attack in terms of like guys that want to run pick and roll.
right,
If you want to run pick and roll and bring a big up, Precious will come up to the level
right,
or cut you off and
right,
make you make you pitch the ball away. Like
right,
we're definitely more swarming, and I think part of that has to do with Randall can't do that at all times because he's such a focal point in the offense. It's just
right.
it would be like asking LeBron to play intense defense at all times. It's just not feasibly
Or ask
possible.
LeBron to be a screener rim protector. No, you
Yeah,
don't want to do that.
not
You can't.
no more. Now we talking about Miami LeBron, but that's 10, 11 years ago.
Right, and
That was when he was young.
even then, you do it in spurts. You don't do it all game.
Yeah,
Right. Even then, you rather have Joel Anthony do that than
yeah.
LeBron and Chris Bosh.
Yep.
But when you have, I think guys that are just full of energy, like Hartenstein and Precious Achua are definitely outliers for bigs in terms of their intensity and energy that they bring. Sometimes it might be misguided, but
Yeah.
they have a ton
Sometimes it's
of
gonna look
energy.
weird.
Yeah, it's just they're not normal. I'm gonna just be real in terms of their effort level.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when you have like guys like Precious, he can just give teams a different look. He can play alongside Randall. He can play alongside Hartenstein. We just have to figure out ways to weaponize shooting around him. And I
Yeah.
think we are. We definitely are
Right.
with the way Dante's playing.
Right. Right. Yeah. No doubt. No doubt. I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. I would really like for the Knicks to get Daniel Gafford because what goes unnoticed is Gafford plays the same way, bro. Gafford is intense, bro. Like people see
Oh, he's a good
Gafford get
player. I think he's better than Precious, without
yeah,
a doubt,
people see him get dunked on a lot,
because
right?
he's
Like
contested
Gafford,
everything.
yeah, Gafford gets dunked on a lot, bro, and he gets dunked on a lot. But the thing is that in order to get dunked on, you have to be in the play. Like that dude
And the
is
fact that it even happens that often speaks to the fact that the Wizards have nobody playing defense over there.
right, right, right,
So for him to even get those opportunities.
The
right.
fact that he's going up with a 50% chance, knowing that he's not going to be doing it as much, like Dre just said, with this team,
Oh
I
no,
think
he's
that's a
not.
good trade.
I,
Because he's going to be
I'm
coming
not.
off the bench. Now, go ahead, Dre.
No, you good. No, finish.
Now, I was just going to say, because he's going to be coming off the bench. You're not going to be expecting him to do as much as he was doing in Washington. And that's what we need. We need players that are veterans, that are hungry and have something to prove, because that's what this team is. Everybody's proving something that I don't even want to mess with this, but I can see why we'll go with Gafford, because we could use him in a power
That
forward
no. He ain't
section.
no power forward.
No, he ain't. No, he is not a power forward at
I was gonna
all.
say. I was gonna say like. No, Freezy, I do like Gafford as a player,
you got
and I
funny.
would entertain the idea more if Precious wasn't playing this well.
Right,
Because like I was thinking, I was definitely up in the air until Precious showed us something in these last
right,
several games. But
right.
if you're Freezy, we have the number one defense in the NBA.
Yeah,
I don't, and that's without Mitch.
right. But that's
And
what
if
I'm
you get
asking
Mitch
for.
back, it would be like adding a Gafford on steroids
Okay,
when you get him back.
okay.
So it's like I understand the point of view that you're having, Freezy, But in terms of like flexibility, this front office is about flexibility over everything.
Right.
So you'd actually have to give up something for Gafford, and I don't know
Right.
if they want to do that. And it would be like, why would you do that if you think you have Mitch coming back? And apparently,
You just start getting
it's gonna be 8 weeks since Mitch's surgery, where they were gonna do like a check in on him on his progress. It's
Right.
gonna be 8 weeks next week.
Oh, I thought it was this week. Okay, I'm off.
It's
All
next
right.
week.
Okay.
It's not, but that doesn't mean he's coming back. But the good thing about that
And they
is,
said 8 to 10 weeks too,
yeah, it
by
was
the way,
8 to 10
everybody.
weeks. So I mean,
Yeah.
11 weeks would mean after the All Star break,
Yeah.
hypothetically speaking. But
Yeah.
even if we were to bring him back, we'd have to let him get through his cardio and get his legs together. But that's still a lot of time.
Yeah.
Like we don't even have to think about like, yo, Mitch has to play 28 minutes. No, Mitch could come back, play 10 to 15
Play 10
for a
minutes.
few weeks,
Yeah.
build him up, see where he's at.
And work his way up the depth chart.
Yep. And you ain't got to worry about nothing at that point. So I understand 100% because I actually do like Daniel Gafford as a player a lot.
Right.
But
Yeah.
the juice wouldn't be worth the squeeze because you're getting someone that will
what's the squeeze though?
being a number one defense when we already
No,
are.
no. I mean, what are the Knicks giving up for Gafford?
Probably a protected first. And I feel like a protected first would be more worthwhile if we were to give it up for someone like a Brogdon, hypothetically speaking.
I
Because
would.
I think we're more needing of a
Mhm.
playmaker than a rim protector at this current juncture, in my mind. But
Right.
yeah, I mean that's all perspective, right?
Right.
Because the only thing it's looking like this last month, we're having rim protection at all times, damn near it feels like,
Right.
without our best rim protector. And the best thing that Gafford can offer us is rim protection and some rebounding, which we kind of do already. And the only thing I want to get rid of is these lulls and spells where we're not scoring at all. That's the
Well,
only gripe I have. We have like 2-3 minute spurts not scoring at all, but we're so efficient in those other 40 minutes.
right. Well, don't forget about Gafford has touch away from the rim. Not,
Oh yeah,
not
he has the little
Not-
push shot.
yeah,
He
yeah,
has
I'm not saying
his
3-point.
hook.
Yeah, I'm not talking about 3-point shooting and all that
It's like
stuff.
Hartenstein's moves. The same. It's almost identical to what Hartenstein does in terms of he gets in the
Without
middle
the
and
passing. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
without the passing, but he has the little big man floater because if you notice around the league, they're training big men to have push shots to be available in the short roll, can do more than just catch the ball and dunk. Like they're straying away from the Capella type.
Yeah, yeah.
Like you have to be able to catch the lob and be able to be available in the short roll. It's kind of the
That's the way
reason
it was
why
in.
why the Mavs love Derek Lively.
Oh, Derek Lively's gonna be a star, bro.
Mhm.
They love that man because he is gonna be an NBA All Star, bro. That man's
Luca's gonna
dribble.
make sure of that.
Yeah, no lie. I think the Mavericks drafted the future of Mavericks basketball with Derek Lively. For those that don't know, this dude can legit dribble, pass, and shoot from the center position. Right? This dude is first of all, he went to Duke as a big man. So don't get it. Duke doesn't recruit energy bigs at the highest level like that. When think Duke centers look like Paolo Banchero, Philip Pilikowski, or Philip, yeah, Philip, whatever his name is. Yeah, him, the
Flip
dude's coming out in the draft.
Lipowski.
Yeah, him. Yeah, so if Derek Lively went to Duke as a big, you can best believe that man is a five. Lee, you know how baseball they say a 5'2" player? Yeah, that's Derek Lively. But
Yes, sir.
if we're talking about what the Knicks have though, if we're keeping it just Knicks related, I think we have a great problem if you
Yeah,
consider it that.
yeah.
Mhm.
I wanted to say something to state
State,
yeah,
yeah,
my
man.
condolences. Blessings
Yeah,
to you
man.
and your family.
Yeah, man.
It's
Yeah,
all
shout
love
out to
over here.
State. Yeah, shout out to State, man. State, that's our guy.
Yeah.
So yeah, so shout out to State, man.
But
And so we love State, by the way. State and I go. um back like I think it's like 6 years
Mhm.
ever since he busted into my Twitter stream on he joined my stream on Twitter,
Mhm.
thread on Twitter, when he just busted in the door and
Waving a
started
4-4.
yeah, yeah. It just felt like Harlem. As soon as he came in, I felt the Harlem all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Are the threads, everybody all pretty and everybody got waves and
Freezy,
everybody
Freezy,
slick.
Freezy. A Harlem and a Brooklyn guy walk into a bar. Who tells you where they're from first?
um, ooh, ooh. I'm gonna say
Oh, I know the
Brooklyn.
answer to
I'm gonna say Brooklyn because Brooklyn was probably saying it outside and as he walked through the door. And Harlem the Harlem guy just wants you to recognize where he from. He probably gonna say, yeah, yeah.
exactly. That was a great answer. Great answer.
Man, you better recognize where I'm from. But Brooklyn, they saying it the whole way, bro.
You hear Brooklyn down the
Yeah.
street and
You hear
Harlem
Brooklyn down
inside
the
the venue.
street.
Yeah, man.
You'll see Harlem
Yeah, man.
all on
You see
display.
Harlem, but you hear Brooklyn.
Yeah, yeah. And Brooklyn and Harlem gonna be dressed real pretty too with some definitely nice jewelry and waves. You already know what you're gonna see. You know what I'm saying? On some
Seriously.
pretty tone type stuff. You know what I'm saying? But
Oh
yeah,
god.
but yeah, I I want to and then it also okay, so if I can formulate or process like the many things that y'all presented to me in a
Mhm.
way that is palatable for everybody, including myself.
Yep.
If the price for Daniel Gafford is something as reasonable as giving Washington their own protected first round pick back and we can get a Tyus Jones in the deal, do it. Right? Do it. Right? That's my opinion. Just do it because you basically address two things at once. You get a distributor on the second unit in Tyus Jones, and you get a big that and I know people immediately say say
Well,
that
I'll say this, Freezy.
hold on, let me
Okay.
finish. Let
Yeah,
me
yeah,
finish.
yeah. Finish. My fault.
Let
My
me
fault.
finish.
My fault.
So people immediately assume that Daniel Gafford is going to come off the bench, and what I would say is not so fast, my friend. Right? This may be the opportunity for Tom Thibodeau to start Gafford, not at first, of course, over Hartenstein, but start Gafford, bring Hartenstein off the bench as he recovers from his big man foot injury, right? And by the time everybody gets healthy, Mitchell Robinson will be the starter, of course. And I'm talking about at the end of the season when everybody gets healthy and everybody is peak of the peak of the peak, right?
Mhm.
Like say everybody is their prime self, right? Then you know we'll have Mitch be the starter. But at the same time, if we go unchecked egos, so to speak, if we do an unchecked ego type thing,
It's
then
impossible to uncheck egos though at this
yeah,
level.
I know, but the thing is you'll ask people to subdue their passions for the primary good,
The
right?
greater goal.
Yeah, yeah. The greater good is not just beating Joel Embiid and having three starting level centers to defend Joel Embiid in the playoffs, right? But it's also
Mhm.
to have that to face Boston because Boston is going to go do where Boston beats teams at is Boston often runs a two center lineup where on Alfred defends power forwards, but on offense he can be the pivot. And I know the pivot is something that people forget about because of this pick and roll center universe that we live in. But to have a big man that can pass and set up offense like Jokic does, it sets defenses, opposing defenses at angles that they're not used to playing, and it gets role player type guys involved in an offense just enough to keep Tatum and Brown fresh to give you so that they can give their best effort when they hit the floor, right? But if you have a rotation of Precious, Sims, Mitch, Hartenstein, Gafford at your disposal, I'm not saying play all of them and not get exotic lineups, but to have them at your disposal or disposal, that means when those bigs go on the floor, no one is worried about foul trouble for one, right? You also have great rebounding from Mitch and Hartenstein and Precious and Sims. And while Gafford may not be the same level of rebounder, and say in 18 minutes, he can give you a game's worth of energy in 18 minutes is basically what I'm getting at. And now the advantage goes from our center is not better than Porzingis to we're just gonna jump them, right? Like our center is not as good as Joel Embiid, but you know what? We're just gonna jump them. We're just gonna throw 5 bodies at one body, right? And then make Tyrese Maxey figure it out in the playoffs. And so if you think about it like that, if you think about it from that perspective, man, what I'm saying is that might not be the answer strategically, but at least it gives us options. And in previous years, we just didn't have options.
I would straight up give them back their pick for Tyus. Straight up.
That's a lot, bro.
I mean, it's one of those things. Freezy. They could just not take their pick back, and it won't turn into a first as long as they're bad until like 2026. So, I mean, I don't think the value of that pick is that high to me, Freezy, to be absolutely
Well,
honest.
it's not that high to us, but to them, it's everything because of the Stepien rule, right? If you're talking about what they get out of it,
They
if
get
they
freedom.
if they get that pick back, then they get the freedom to do whatever they want with their picks, but they can't do that since we own the pick.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? It's like Lee, it's like selling your fourth car to somebody who doesn't have a car. Right? It's your fourth car. You like, yeah, I mean, I like it. The missus used to drive it, uptown and blah, blah, blah. But to say a family starting out and they just need dependable transportation, something that's inexpensive, that
So
costs everything.
I think uh, now I'm gonna bring up
No
like
doubt.
the financial aspect of it all. If you want both Tyus and Gafford, that's $32 million.
Okay.
48 is about 18,
Do we
19,
have
I
a trade
believe.
exception?
The trade exception won't cover enough.
No, I'm asking if we have
We
one.
do, we do.
We got
You
two
have two
trade
of them.
exceptions.
But you can't combine them. You have two of them, but you can't
Yeah,
combine.
no, I don't think you can combine it. Yeah.
The
I
highest one
didn't.
we have is 6 million, and then there's still a gap.
Okay. Okay.
There's still a gap. So, and I don't know if this front office would what I guess throw Grimes in it. That's the only guy of minimal money they would dangle out there, and I don't even think they would dangle him at this point. To be absolutely honest with you, for that, I don't think they would
Mm.
because I think they already. It's something about Tibbs. I think that like there's a reason we bring Taj Gibson up off wherever he's at.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think they're already very comfortable with the amount of bigs that they have, and to that there's a reason why Sims got resigned for however many years because
Right.
Tibbs is comfortable with him being his third center
Yeah.
and it break in case of emergency.
Yeah.
And if we're talking about like a flexibility standpoint, yeah, I like Gafford. I absolutely do like Gafford. But okay, what happens next year? Gafford makes $17 million. We're gonna have to make a decision. Is Hartenstein gone? Is Mitch gone?
No doubt. No. So this move is not a what the
It's
future
a
looks
this
like
year
move.
move. It's
Yeah,
a this
it's
year
a
move.
this year. It's a this basketball year move and a this summer trade asset move. Right? Because if you have Mitch and Gafford on those very attractive big man contracts, You can legit trade both in different trades and get back first round pick type value for both. Right? Like say if they trade Mitch for Herb Jones straight up. I wouldn't do it, but if they did, I would understand. And while Herb Jones is a second round pick, he's an NBA starter.
He's an
Right?
elite defender.
Yeah, yeah. And he plays
He plays
and
defense as good as OG does.
yeah, 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 yeah. I would I could see the Knicks doing it. And they have him listed. New Orleans has him listed as a shooting guard. Alabama had him listed as a shooting guard.
Can't really shoot.
N-
Well, I
Well,
mean, he shoots better
but he
now.
can guard though.
He shoots better now. I'll
Yeah,
say this. From the corners, he's very decent.
right. Hey, and Dre, just to make you laugh real quick, just to make you laugh, you know Trey Murphy is still coming off the bench, right?
It makes no sense.
Right. And
Yup.
also, you know they snuck Herb Jones onto the trade block and snatched him off, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, Freezy. I think they're lowering Trey Murphy's, like trying to lower his value for his
Yeah,
contract.
for
'Cause
his
I don't think
contract.
they're gonna, because if they actually let him play,
He's a baller, bro.
he they'd have to pay him 140.
Yeah, he's a
140 minimum.
and you know what's gonna happen? They're gonna have to pay him that money anyway. Because if that man makes it to restricted free agency,
Oh, somebody's gonna send that bag.
yep, yep, yep. Somebody, yeah, yeah. And so
If
and
Cam Johnson can get 100 million, sorry.
yeah, but you know what the point I was getting at though,
Yeah,
with
go ahead.
Herb Jones on the trading block and Trey Murphy coming off the bench, they're playing another guy in that rotation, and he's giving them a lot of production. And you already know what name I'm
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
bring
yeah.
up.
That's your man crush.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Najee
L-
Marshall.
Lee, they have a dude named Najee Marshall, bro, and he is a premium Swiss Army knife, bro. Like he is the student that's on the AB honor roll their entire academic career. Like never on
Wow.
the honor roll now, never 4.0, right? But the person that's with the 3.6, the 3.5 all the way through, that's Najee Marshall.
Mm.
Like you need a wing that can defend, a smart and intelligent basketball player, high IQ, one that can even play make for you in odd lineups like Alec Burks. And he's not like Alec Burks because he's bigger and more physical, right? He's like a he is kind of like what we want Josh Hart to be. Like
Except
a
he's making
But
like
a
I
Sohan, but
think he
no,
makes
no. Oh, he's
more
so much
game.
better than Jeremy. Yeah, he's so much better.
he
Yo,
makes like 2 million. He's not making no money, Freezy.
and he making
He's
bro,
gonna get paid in the summer though.
this dude
He's
is
on
like
his last year on his deal.
if we had him, I don't think we have a question about playmaking on a second unit. I mean, of course you want to guard, but what I'm saying is the question wouldn't be as or the offense wouldn't look so cumbersome, right?
Okay.
Because he's not an elite passer, but he's a smart passer, right? Like in that Chad Pennington sense,
He's
where
from the area too, Freezy.
yeah, bro.
So he's from
Where are you
Atlantic City.
from?
He's from Atlantic City.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, bro. You know he got an Arab name, bro. His name Najee. You know he from here. You know he got that North African name, bro. You know he from here. Just like his name being Raheem or Rakim
I
or
don't know what they're gonna
Raheem.
do with him because he's probably gonna leave. He's probably
He
gonna leave in the summer.
he's got to because you know what
He
my
needs
fear is.
he needs
I
a
have him
bag.
on the radar, Dre. But my fear is when New Orleans makes their run in the playoffs, he's gonna have a Bruce Brown type effect on New Orleans,
Mhm.
and it's gonna be his coming out party. And then
They just have a glut of really good wings.
yeah,
Unfortunately, having so many of them steps on each other's toes, so you never can get to see the true potential of them because there's
Right.
just so many of them. Because remember, Zion is basically a wing, and he has to get his minutes.
Yeah.
Not even think about Brandon Marshall. Brandon Marshall. Brandon Ingram. Why am I thinking
Another
about
Duke
Brandon
small
Marshall?
forward. Yeah, Brandon Ingram.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not enough minutes for however many guys they have. So I think, unfortunately, the odd man out was probably going to be Najee in the future.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they aren't trying to like dangle him for some sort of return because he's not going to come back.
Yeah,
Just not.
They need a point guard.
they can't dangle him because
He makes too little money.
yeah, and consistently, and if you're talking about minute to minute production, I think he's their best wing player. If you're talking about minute to minute, say for instance, they have Brandon Ingram. Brandon Ingram is by far the better offensive player and has more offensive skill. There's no question. But then Brandon Ingram on defense, you're like,
He has the tools to be better, but it's just
but he's like, that's why we have Herb Jones and Trey Murphy,
yeah.
right? And Herb Jones is the better defender, but then when you get into the offense side of it, he is more of a athletic spot up shooter type. Like he's not gonna play make and create shots for others on the second unit.
Yeah.
And Trey Murphy the third is probably as good a defender,
You know
maybe
who
as
Najee reminds me of, Freezy?
who's
He
that?
reminds me of Royce O'Neal when he was on Utah.
Ah, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, a taller, longer, not bigger. He's not. You don't have the girth of
Royce guarded big fours when he
right.
needed to. But in terms of his role, very good floor spacer,
Yeah,
smart passer, not a playmaker, but a smart passer. Knows
right,
when to take advantage
right,
of mismatches, right?
right,
And has defensive versatility.
right. With any unit, with
Yeah.
any unit.
You could plug in, you could plug him anywhere. It's just unfortunately for him, right? Like he kind of fell off on the Nets, but when he was on Utah, he fit like a glove.
Yeah, I think a lot of those guys fell off when they got to the Nets.
Yeah.
And I hate to say this about Jock Vaughn, but maybe he's not the guy.
Yeah, I don't. Some of his coaching decisions make no sense to me when I watch him play.
And but then when I look at what he's doing, what he's working with, you're like, whoever put this roster together, put a
Yeah,
roster together
it's
like
like a
New
bunch
Orleans
of
did.
wings with no playmaker. I mean, there's a reason why Ben Simmons came back and got like. Unfortunately, this is the thing. Ben Simmons makes like $36 million,
Yep. Yep.
and he's a point guard. And it was just a roster that was sorely in need of a point guard because they just had guys in positions that didn't know what to do. I think Ben came back and almost had a triple double his first game. Now I'm not a Ben Simmons fan, but if it's one thing he can do, he can pass.
And defend, bro.
Yeah,
I,
pass and defend, and that's all that roster needed at this point.
yep.
So we'll see where because they lit up the Jazz before we tagged them up.
Yeah.
So and that was his first game back. So we'll see where they head with that roster. But
Right.
it's kind of just an awkward fit over there.
Yeah. It's so just Lee. Every time I hear Ben Simmons' name, I want to go outside in the rain and smoke a cigarette, bro. Yeah.
Well, it could have been.
In chat, I don't even smoke. I don't even smoke cigars no more. I got a collection
Hey,
of.
I hate one.
Huh?
He's so frustrating because Freezy, he was like the closest thing to LeBron since LeBron came in.
He presents everything you want. You remember we had the conversation a little while ago about built in the lab?
Yeah, 6'10", athletic,
Fast.
before the back injury, he sprint down the court. Gone.
Gone.
He moved like a guard, but he was 6'10".
Yeah.
Everything he did was guard like, except he was 6'10".
Yeah.
But it's the want to and the health.
In the health, the health part is
Both sides, physical and mental.
Yeah. And so yeah, I root for him. You know what I'm saying?
I hope he gets it together, man, because his actual talent, like he came into the league in 16-7, just immediately.
Brett
That's
Brown
it.
saw him. The thing
16-7-7, just waking up
bro, that's crazy. And the
with
thing
no
about
jump shot.
and no jump shot, right? And the thing about the thing about athletes like that, like when a Ben Simmons, a Randy Moss, a Ricky Henderson, a Ken Griffey
Wow.
Jr.,
J.R. Ryder.
yeah, J.R. Ryder, who else is in the athletic category that we could?
Oh, I was speaking for like, like
Vince Carter,
yeah, yeah.
Vince, I was about
a,
to say that, Vince.
a Penny Hardaway, a Tracy McGrady type
Wow.
athletes. When when you're talking about like the elite athletes, Anthony Edwards, Scottie Pippen.
Yep.
The unfortunate part to having the unfortunate part of driving a Lamborghini, right, or whatever expensive Euro supercar that you mentioned, is that the maintenance on them are ridiculous, right? It's just a part of it. Like the maintenance for them is crazy, right? And so you're gonna get Randy Moss with attitude issues. Yeah, he want to win, but he the best athlete that ever played the game. So there's nothing you can draw up on the whiteboard that can tell Randy Moss that he'll ever be covered. It don't matter if you run play action, roll your quarterback out, the fullback chips back on his production.
Nah, throw that
All
hand up.
Randy Moss wants to hear is throw it deep to me. He don't
All
care.
Randy Moss has to do is put his hand up, and then that's
That's
it.
it.
9 routes.
Yeah, it don't matter what you drew up on the whiteboard, bro. Throw it up to me because, first of all, I'm the tallest receiver in the NFL, right? Secondly, I have like a 44-inch vertical, right?
And I'm the fastest receiver.
And I'm the fastest receiver. And on top of that, I probably have top 5 hands in the NFL. But when you think about each part individually, like you're like, yo, I forgot Moss was 6'4". Yeah, he's 6'4", bro.
But he runs
Right?
like he's a gadget player.
Right. And then you forget how great Randy Moss's hands. Yo, they made up a term called mossed. Not because he was fast, because Darius Hayward Bay was fast. Right?
Ted
Darius
Ginn Jr. was fast.
Yeah, Ted Ginn Jr. was fast, right? Right. But Randy Moss, bro, they made up a term called mossed because he would catch the ball on your best defender. It didn't matter. The catch in the playoffs on Charles Woodson, bro, where he reached around Charles Woodson and caught a ball going out of bounds, one-handed, and pulled it in and rolled out of bounds. People were like, yo, Woodson shut him down. And blah, blah, blah. He only had 3 catches. Bro, but did you see one of those catches? Bro,
And
did
people
you see the
forget
catch?
that like they had help on him the entire time.
The entire time.
Against the first team All Pro corner.
Right.
'Cause they-
Right. Did you see Green Bay's defense call a timeout when he got switched on to Al Harris and the coach ran on the field? Timeout.
No, because they know that one play could easily be 6 at any given moment.
Yeah, and I like Al Harris, bro. I like Al Harris as a person and as a player, right? But in that
he ain't
one
got no
play,
damn business being on Randy.
yep, and they schemed it up so Randy can be on Al Harris, and Green Bay's coach ran on the field calling timeout for a reason, right? For a reason. So getting back to the Ben Simmons thing, the reason why I'm saying this about Ben Simmons is those type of dudes, bro. You just gonna have to live with some of the stuff that go along with an elite athlete. Mickey Mantle.
With the maintenance.
Any Yankees fans in here remember the name Mickey Mantle?
Yep.
Yeah, bro. The name Mickey Mantle was the first player that we knew about that tore ACLs in both of his knees. Right? And so that man went from potentially being the greatest player to ever play to being maybe the best player on a year-to-year basis. But if Mickey Mantle wouldn't have tore ACLs in both knees, we might be talking about him being better than Willie Mays. Right? It's just one of those things, bro, where like the elite athlete, some of the stuff you just gotta live with. Like Obi Toppin being soft. We just gotta live with it.
Wow. That was a curveball.
I mean, you ain't got to live with it. We traded him. So.
Yeah, I mean, whoever has him that admires his athleticism has to live with it. You know what I'm saying?
So when your little brother got more heart than you.
Yeah. But I think Jacob learned that though by watching what his brother went through, because
Oh
Jacob
yeah,
wasn't that guy at Kentucky
Jacob.
either.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Jacob in his G League highlights. He's way more physical than Obi is.
He know better.
Yes,
He
he
know it.
is.
He know, but you know what though? Because he is looking at his mortality, right? Remember, Jacob's not
He's
a
not a spring
first round
chicken.
pick.
He's 20 and he's like 22, 23. He's not a baby.
Yeah, and Jacob, and for Knicks fans, Jacob didn't come out of the womb as a dog. He came out of the womb as a finesse shooting guard, small forward guy, trying to handle and score and all that stuff. And people like, bro, if you don't get if you don't play, if you ain't got that dog, you might not make it, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
Kentucky gave him multiple. Remember, the dude didn't start at Kentucky until his senior season. And you know, Kentucky is known for one thing, right? One and dones.
In and out.
Yep.
Yep, in and out.
Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah.
They
I didn't
only gave
even
him
know
that
that
chance
part.
because he's just a freak athlete. So they were like, at some point, maybe it'll pop.
Maybe. I don't think that's going to be with us either, though.
Mm.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I wanted to also mention. The second unit offense kind of looked weird tonight against Utah when they went to that zone. Remember, they went to like a 2-1-2 zone,
Yeah.
and Deuce McBride didn't know what to do. Remember, he dribbled, he penetrated, got through the zone, got to the
And they
rim.
kicked it back to Grimes.
Yeah,
You saw that one play where they pump fake drive Grimes, pump fake drive to they took turns doing the same thing over
the
and over,
everybody doing Josh Hart. Yeah, yeah,
going nowhere.
yeah. And
I think
so
one of the halves the bench was decent, and then I think the second was it. Oh, the first half the bench came out just lackadaisical,
awful. Yeah, yeah.
and then the second half they were solid.
You mean once the starters got a big lead, the bench
And
play
then
came out favoring them.
they played with comfortable. They played carefree. Like Grimes' jumper looks a lot better when you're up 15.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, and y'all listen, and so I want to do a thing. I want to bash Quentin Grimes for a little bit, right? But I don't want to do it right away. I'm just gonna say, Lee, I'm gonna go outside and borrow a cigarette from Soulfinger, but I'll be back because I want to bash Grimes, but I don't. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna leave
I
for a
mean,
couple of seconds.
Freezie has some kindness in your heart. We won 8 games in a row with Grimes on the roster.
I understand. I understand. But Dre, yo, the injury thing with Quentin Grimes makes me so mad, bro. Right?
Yo,
You
you
remember
started today.
how Sexton crossed him up and he wobbled Grimes
Oh,
and Grimes started screaming, grabbing his knee?
I think he hyperextended. Like he turned his ankle and his knee at the same. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how someone turned his ankle and hyperextended the knee at the same time.
But he
I,
came back in the
I've
game and
done that
played, right?
Yeah, they put him on the bench and
somewhere.
then he came back later on. Later on, I mean, not at Freezy. Not everybody like Randall with that high threshold for pain.
Bro,
Randall dislocated his shoulder and he was acting like the only thing you could see him is grimace a little bit. If that
right.
was Grimes, he would have been on the floor balling.
They would have had to do emergency surgery on the court, bro.
You
For
see what
Grimes.
happened to his wrist last year? When he hit his wrist, was it last year?
No, that wasn't last year. That was this season. That
Oh
was in
yeah.
Atlanta. Where he got hit
Oh,
across the
oh,
ribs and he let out that carnal scream
oh
like Platoon.
yeah.
You ever saw the end of
Yeah,
Platoon when the helicopter pulled
yeah,
up?
yeah.
Yeah,
When they kept my man, they left my man out there in the field.
yeah.
What's his name? Yeah, I know exactly what
They
you're talking
couldn't help it. Yeah, because they was under fire. They had to leave. If they tried to land a helicopter to go get them, bro, they would have.
about. They all would have
Everybody would
got it.
have. Yeah, everybody would have got it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, everybody ain't why. Well, I mean, it's everybody literally has a different type of pain threshold. So
But Dre, what I'm saying is I understand that, right? But I liken it to in the playoffs when Paul Pierce went to the rim and he fell and let out that scream, and then he grabbed his
Mhm.
knee and everybody started crying, kumbaya. Oh my God, he was
and
gonna
put him
be
in
better than Larry
wheelchair
Bird. And then they rolled him off with the wheelchair. And then like 10 minutes later, he come running out the back, taking his thing
like
off.
he Willis Reed.
Yeah. Bro, we can only have moments like that every now and then. It can't be every month. Every month we have the Grime is out for the season injury, and then he back on the bench, bro. Yo, I'm tired of it, bro. And I'm not gonna lie to you. I respect that man. I
I
respect that man dearly, right?
I want to give him grace because of that one play he had on Jimmy Butler where he banged knees real hard on an illegal screen, and then he
Right.
fought back into the play and then stole the ball from Jimmy. I want to give him that at least.
Yeah.
That gotta cancel out at least like three of them. Boy who cried wolf screams.
Right, bro. What I'm
Man,
saying
yo,
is
bro, this. Go ahead,
Lee.
Freezy. I'm
Lee,
sorry.
I no, no. I was gonna say to you, bro. I think I'm probably as tough as it comes with injuries and all that stuff. Like I'm injured right
Mhm.
now, but I try to, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying like working through it and all that stuff, right?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so I don't speak to people's I don't want to speak to people's toughness or people's pain tolerance or whatever. Your pain tolerance is your pain tolerance. But what I'm saying is, can we stop having it once a month?
Wow. You saying nature is calling?
Like it's a cycle.
You
It's
saying
called a
nature is
cycle.
calling for him?
Yeah, bro,
It's a cycle. It's a cycle, Dre. And it's funny because yo, Dre, his brother's a hockey player.
right.
Hey. You see what his brother looked like. They
Yeah.
may have the same mother, but they definitely ain't got the same father.
Yeah, they definitely ain't got that.
Stop
But
it. You wrong for that one.
and out of respect for whatever, I'm not I don't want to speak to that man's heart, but what I want to speak to is
At least pretend you ain't hurt.
come on, man. That's what I'm saying.
Like let your face get red. I know you light skin, but let your
What?
face get red, but just pretend it don't hurt.
Yeah, come on, bro. What I'm saying is bro, we saw it in Atlanta. I thought he was out for the season. You remember 2 years ago he dislocated his knee and we thought Grimes would never be the same?
I
Remember
want
that?
to. That
And he
was
came
it
back
was
11
a
games
ugly,
later
but
with a C.
it looked ugly though.
Yeah.
It looked bad. Like I honestly thought he tore his whole ACL.
I thought I thought he blew up all the ligaments in his knee. That's the way it felt
Like when Baron Davis. Remember when Baron Davis his knee collapsed inward. I ain't never
inward
seen that like that in my
because he
life.
didn't have any ligaments to hold it in place.
Oh yeah, because he had surgery in college and then he
Yeah,
had surgery in the league.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But the thing with Grimes is when Grimes hit the floor, man, come on, bro. Come on, bro. This thing and listen, I'm not and listen, I know he's not good. He's probably once his adrenaline wears off, I know Grimes is probably gonna miss 2 to 3 games. Right. That
Mhm.
was my feeling. Like once he get in the bed, and yeah, it's gonna be a
And
long night.
that swelling gonna come.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So
he
yeah,
ain't the
but
type to play through swelling.
nah,
But
he
if
ain't
he does, he's gonna have that. He's gonna have that double bandage knee wrap, all the accessories.
right. And it doesn't have anything to do with like the generation or anything like that, bro. But man, it can't be this is a season ending injury once a month and then you back over there drinking Gatorade on the sideline, bro. You know what I'm saying? That thing it bothers me, and I know I'm being petty Pendergrass, right?
Freezy, I wanted not to shift gears too much, but I wanted to ask you. It's looking like the general consensus is that Randall might not make the All Star game this year, and they asked some of the hosts on TNT
Right.
who should make it tonight, and like they put up a list. I don't know if you want to put it up on the screen, but I'll send it to you. I send it to you in the private chat. Hold on, where is it? But this is like their reserves.
Okay.
I don't know if you
I saw
want to
that
put it.
list.
Yeah,
Oh, hold,
That's
I got something.
I put it up in the private chat, or you can just open it.
All right, so I got
I already saw it. I already saw it earlier. And what do you say? Remember how you say suggestive It's like they're trying to suggest.
who they think, but I mean, the coaches decided, I believe,
Yeah, but
and it's gonna be similar to general consensus. Like
But let me ask: this is announced tomorrow or today?
Thursday, said on Thursday.
Thursday? Okay.
But these are like Lefko, Candace, Jamal, Vince Carter. Like they put out who they thought was gonna make the East reserves,
Okay.
and I think
So
some
only
of it
only
is
12 players make it?
yeah, it should be 15, but only 12 players make the All
Okay.
Star game,
Okay.
which is ridiculous. Like if the All NBA team and real teams are 15 players, why the hell is the All Star game when it, 12 players when it was always 12 players when there was 10 teams in the damn league? It's 30
Right.
teams now. It's just way too much talent to just limit it to 12.
But you got 3 reserves though.
No.
They changed
Those
that too.
no. It was always 7 reserves and 5 starters. That's it.
Wow.
If
I
if
thought
if there's an injured
injury
reserves like
reserves.
and
That's what I
but
meant to say.
that's different. That's someone being injured. That doesn't.
Injury replacement. Yeah, that's different.
But
The
like nobody here is injured on this list. So
Randall should have
now as you
made.
come up, if you come up on it, we might see someone out. But I'm looking at like Paolo Bench. Paolo's not having a better year than Randall. I'm sorry, he's not. But because he's the number one overall pick, he gets viewed and held in a certain esteem or expected to make that team. He's
Right.
not having a better year than Randall. Flat out.
No. From what I saw, I don't know if Bam Adebayo is having a better year.
His team isn't winning.
Yeah.
Brown
I
isn't
know you're
having a
gonna.
better year. I don't think Brown's having a better year.
I don't think Brown is having a better year, but he's on the number one team in the East. So
Yeah, good
Yeah.
point.
you gotta acknowledge number one team in the NBA. Period. So like if you have the number one team, usually you get two guys. Even like when Giannis was on the number one team, Bucks, they threw Chris Middleton a bone. Like
Yeah.
yo, you always get at least two guys on the number one team.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes. So I'm not even tripping about Brown, but Paolo is kind of a push. Is just a reach to me personally.
Yeah, I think they're trying to make Paolo into a star, and I don't
Yeah,
blame
because
them.
he's the number one pick. I mean, I don't blame him. He's gonna be one. I just don't think he's an all star right now.
So who would you rather have right now, Paolo or Anthony Edwards?
Anthony Edwards easily.
Who would you rather have right now, Paolo or Victor Wembanyama?
Vic.
Who would you rather have right now, Chet or Paolo Banchero?
No, that's hard.
So
Going
yeah,
for is it today or going forward?
who would you rather have going forward, like today and going
Paolo.
Long
forward?
term,
Because I'm mentioning young players because I feel like it should be both.
I think they're gonna be in the same tier.
Paolo and
And
Vic.
Chet. I think Vic and Ant are gonna be in that. Vic and Ant are gonna be like in that top 5 MVP type category for a long time. Once they get near to their peaks, I don't think Paolo's ever gonna be viewed as that.
So
He might
so
have a year or two in that range, like
right.
on some Jason Tatum type stuff. But in terms of like being a serious contender for MVP, I don't I don't think so. It's like comparing Luca to Jason Tatum
Yeah.
in my mind.
I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. When I watch, first of all, Orlando is fun to watch on League Pass, not because they have a great offense or a great defense, but it's like watching a crime drama. You know what I'm saying?
It's a whole lot of car crashes happening.
Yeah. And there's like the usual suspects and then a random guy like the mad scientist, all that stuff. They're fun to watch.
It's violence. It's like a drive by happening, a train wreck happens,
Yeah,
and sometimes you see a rainbow.
yeah, bro. It's
Y'all
to
killing
me.
me. Y'all killing me.
Yeah, but watching Orlando play is like either watching Luke Cage on Netflix or Winter Soldier, right? That's what it's like to me,
Wow.
right? Because Paolo legit is a jump shot away from being the best number one overall pick in the NBA. Right?
Wow.
Yep. Yep.
I'll say this, but I'll
I like
put it
them
this way.
K's too.
Put it this way, Freezy. If you corrected the weakness of any number one overall pick, then you can
that
say
would be
that.
them.
Yeah.
Right.
So like that. I mean, like, I'll say this: if you made Anthony Edwards 6'8", then what would we even be talking about?
No. Let me. How about we how about we put it like this? What if Anthony Edwards got a consistent jump shot and was a better defender 2 years ago? 2 years ago, what if Anthony Edwards was a better defender in shape and had a more consistent jump shot? What would you think of him? You would think about him like you think about him today.
But here's the thing, though, Freezy. What Anthony Edwards is today is not what he's going to be at age 26.
Right, but that's where I'm right. Just like Paolo Banchero. Paolo Banchero is once he takes the next step, that doesn't mean that's his ceiling. That just means he's tapped into more of his potential, and then what he becomes after that.
But here's the thing: I'm
sky's
not saying his potential isn't sky high, right? I'm saying he's not an all-star right now today. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
not over Randall.
Right. No,
now we're talking like ceiling for if we're talking literally next year, he's gonna make All NBA next year.
yeah. Because remember, this is
Second year.
his
Second
second
year.
season. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not talking about him in the macro. I'm talking about him.
What was
These first
Anthony Edwards
41 games?
Anthony Edwards in his second year was on a similar trajectory also, though. Like, what if he taps into all this? Because even in year 2 of Anthony Edwards, we're like, yo, is he really passionate about being like the talent is there? But for those that don't, yo, I'm
The
gonna say this,
narrative on him was that he liked football more, and he was just like
and he was out here eating
jokester.
churches, and Carl Anthony Towns was questioning his commitment.
Hey, look, Freezy, them honey biscuits ain't no joke. So
Nah, man, I know. I got honey biscuits around my waist right now, bro. I'm trying to run off.
Y'all
Bro.
crazy.
But the thing I'm getting at, man, is Anthony Edwards
We
year 2.
spending money on $2 Tuesday.
Yeah, man. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, bro. You know what I'm saying? But the point I'm getting at with Paolo is Anthony Edwards in year 2. We were legit thinking like, is LaMelo Ball gonna be a better player than? And this is 2 years ago, right? I'm not saying right now, but 2 years ago, you were like, yo, this LaMelo Ball kid is really good. I'm not saying that you would redo the draft, but there was an element you can add to the conversation. Like, is LaMelo more impactful than Anthony Edwards? It's because remember they didn't make the playoffs until last year, right? And then now they're dominant. But year 2 they were not.
Mm-hmm.
And Paolo in person, Paolo in person, bro. What's the quickest guard you've ever seen live? NBA guard you've ever seen live? Tim Hardaway?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, without question.
I think Paolo is more explosive than Tim Hardaway, bro. Me and I'm telling me, Adam and Greeny, we saw this guy with our own eyes, bro, right up front, looking right at him. Right, this guy, when Grimes went out to guard him on the perimeter, he laughed so much. We like, yo, what's this dude laughing at? He probably gonna back down Grimes. He didn't back down Grimes, bro. You know what he did? He just went right by Grimes. It sounded like F1 racing, bro. That's how he went around Grimes, bro. And Grimes is a great defender, bro. Grimes is a great defender, bro. Right?
He's a freight train.
Bro, that man went by Grimes like he was turning the corner in F1 racing, bro. At 250 pounds. He tried to dunk on Randall, but you know how two bigs collide in the air or whatever? and Boncaro like missed the thing, bro. He was gonna dunk on man. Listen, man.
He
I
went
saw
up
that
like it
man.
was easy.
I saw that man. No lie, I saw that man outrun Markel Fultz and Jalen Suggs to a loose ball. Right, and Orlando got the ball back with like 14 seconds left on the clock, and I think Markel Fultz wound up jacking up a bad shot. He went for a dagger and missed, and then the Knicks wound up going on like a 6-0 run. But
I
when I'm
think it's
saying,
what Paolo is like. Paolo's not like super vertically explosive, but laterally
bro,
and quick
He's
in
a
short
leaper. He's
spaces.
a leaper.
In short
It's
spaces,
like
he kind of reminds me. Remember Freezie when Melo had his first step when he first came out of Syracuse?
yeah,
I
man,
was gonna
That Melo
say
first step for how big Melo
bro,
was, 6'8",
bro,
around 240.
yeah, yeah,
It didn't make sense how quick his first step was.
bro,
I was actually just gonna say I think Paolo is like a taller version of Donovan Mitchell. If he gets that jump shot down, like that game is gonna be
What?
complete. The way he's able to go from left to right, the way he's
yeah,
able to get to the basket and just dunk on people, the way he's quick on defense and on offense, he's a taller version of Donovan Mitchell if he gets
I
that
think
jump
he's a
shot.
taller, like slightly more explosive version of Melo. That's what I think he is.
bro. I think, hey, yo, I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna sound OD, right? But I think he's got the quickest first step in the NBA. Period.
In
I
the
don't. I
For
don't
his
see.
NBA,
size.
Yep. For yeah, when
After
you're
that,
talking,
Anthony
okay,
Edwards.
if you calculate inside, if you tabulate inside,
if you're talking about, and the thing about if we do pound for pound is not even a question. If you're
Yeah.
talking about pound for pound, but bro, I kind of agree with Cowboy Bob a little bit. I don't think he's Donovan Mitchell esque in the
Yeah.
athleticism department, explosive, jumping over the top of everybody. But if you're talking about able to get to your spot at will, yeah, this dude is it. Now, if he gets if he gets a
I think a
floater
strength
type shot,
aspect matters there too, getting to your spot at will, because once he decides to get to a spot, people just bounce off him anyway. So
bro, did you see the play where they trapped him with I think it was, and I may be misremembering, but I think they trapped him with Randall and Mitch, and when he saw it coming, he took off between them and got to the rim and threw it down with two hands.
he split and
He is
he took
that
contact through it at the same time. Like
he is that cat quick in short spaces, bro. Right, because and think about this. Remember going into the draft. Remember he was supposed to be the 3rd overall pick behind Chet and Jabari.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Jabari was the
and then they saw Jabari was a little stiff,
yeah.
and Paolo is just a fluid athlete, and Jabari's good. I'm not
Jabari's gonna be great too, bro. He's gonna be
yeah,
great.
he's very good. But I think, not to detract a little bit, but they got too much young talent on the team. They're gonna have to offload a couple of them cats.
Yeah,
Like Jalen Green's gonna be gone.
yeah.
100%. He's gone out of that team. He's not gonna make it to another contract with that team.
Nah.
Hey, quick question. What city is he from? Is he from Texas?
Jalen Green or Paolo?
Yeah. No, Jalen Green. I know.
He's
Paulo's from Seattle.
California,
Yeah, he's
but
a
his
Cali
mom is
kid.
from the Philippines.
Yeah,
Mm.
he's a Cali kid though. Paolo is from Seattle.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I know that.
and shout out to give me a Seattle dude 8 days a week, bro. They
Nate
have
Robinson,
a level
Isaiah
of dog
Thomas,
and
Jamal Crawford.
yeah, DeJounte Murray.
Yeah,
Yeah, man, give me a Seattle dude, bro. And
Nate
Brandon
Robinson.
Roy.
Oof.
Yeah,
Great
man.
guy. I wish he didn't get hurt.
Yeah,
that's actually Freezy. Paolo plays like a bigger.
Don't say Aldridge.
No, a bigger Brandon Roy.
yeah.
Okay.
Before Brandon Roy's knees got taken out from where Brandon Roy wasn't like a vertical threat, but short spaces, bursts,
And he
Right.
did have that step too.
lightning quick step,
Yeah.
gets his spot, super fluid.
And he was a little strong too. He had that little strength where you try to push him.
But
he still
Paolo
got up.
got about 3 inches of height on him and about about 40 pounds on him.
About 40 pounds.
A
Yeah.
Got about
muscle.
40 plus like 2 years of
You know,
experience, so he's
you
still
know,
young.
he's not. But Core, he's not even cut up yet. Like once he
Yeah,
gets his real NBA body, when he's 25,
Yeah,
26,
grown
This
man body.
summer,
yeah.
you know, this is the summer. Usually after the second year, like these dudes, like Anthony Edwards, like after the second full season, they come
when they
back a little
when
bit.
they get a chef,
Yeah. When they get, yeah. When they stop
The
blowing
first check,
checks.
the check actually comes in because it's like a whole year. They're like, oh, this is my second check.
it's like that's when they start thinking about, okay, how can I maximize and get to another level?
I would trade everybody on this roster except Jalen Brunson for him right now and the picks for Paolo. Right now, all 11 of those
You're a
picks,
Duke.
all 11 of
You're a
those
Duke
picks.
homer.
Nah, bro.
No,
Nah, I'm a talent
He's
homer,
gonna be
bro.
that good. I just don't
I'm
believe the
messing with it. I'm
All-Star
Wait,
messing
hold
with
on.
right
it.
now.
I want to hear what you would give for Paulo. You said 11 picks, and what
He would
else,
give
son?
up everything on this
Everything
roster,
I'm saying,
not no
what I'm
Jalen
saying is
Brunson.
everything is at my disposal
On
in
the
that
table.
trade. Yep,
Everything's on
everything
the
is on the
table.
table.
What you want,
Everything,
Orlando?
everything, bro. And the reason why I say that is because you hadn't even seen that man start rebounding yet, right? If Paolo was, and this is and as a big in today's NBA, unfortunately, he won't ever be, or at least in the projectable future, a big won't be the focal point of an offense unless they're the pivot, like a Jokic or an Embiid, right?
And they have to do guard stuff. Like you
Yeah,
cannot be you can't play like you can't play back to the basket big man ball like
nah,
the 90s today and win.
but
It's
Yeah.
just not
but
the game isn't favored for that.
you're right. The game, yeah, right. That's exactly what I was going to say, right? But the thing is though, if he is a 1B with Jalen Brunson,
Yeah, that's
bro,
crazy. Lob
And man,
City.
imagine a pick and roll between them.
Yeah, I was about to get to that. Lob City backdoor cuts. You got the backdoor three pointers.
Not even that. Like a short roll where
a
he's just
short roll, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
where he gets the ball 15 feet and below.
Oh, that's
And
no.
you
You
gotta
can't
make
get
a
Paulo that
decision.
much.
You gotta make a business decision at that point.
That's a catch and go right there for Paulo. That's like emotion. That's like how if you look at OG right now, like how we're getting OG involved, where he's catching and going straight to the basket for 1 or 2 steps. You get Paulo in that, man.
Paolo's a man child. That's what he's just
Bro,
a man child.
and the thing is we saw him go by Grimes, right? And then quickly went out there to guard him at some weird switch. Orlando ran, their coach ran some kind of rub screen where it was
He pretended he quickly wasn't even there.
bro, he went around quickly, but quickly was calling for help the whole time.
Because he knew better.
Quickly was legit pointing baseline. He was like, yo, I'm gonna force some baseline. I'm forcing them base. Man, that dude went baseline anyway and almost dunked on everybody, bro. With the help coming, bro. You talking about this dude's an alien, bro. This dude is. See, the thing is he looks like a band. In a perfect world,
Banshee.
Paolo will come back next year with a Bam Adebayo type body, right? Where he was 6'10", 6'11", 250, shredded up,
Cut.
right? But if he ever gets
No.
to that point, bro,
Hide the women and the children.
yeah, bro,
Yeah, because his clear outs are gonna be dunking on everybody, like even his own teammates.
Like
And-
Freezie, if you just it's not even just about the speed. Like if you have to respect his jumper, all he has to do is get even with you, and you're not stopping him from getting wherever you want to go.
right.
He don't even need to complete full burst. He just needs to get you on his hip. After he gets on his hip, there's nothing you can do.
Lee, what I'm saying about Boncaro is race car spelled forwards and backwards, bro. You know what I'm saying? like
Every
like
aspect.
legit, no matter what you do, you can't stop this man's physical advantage. You just can't, right? Does he have the foot speed of a Charles Barkley? No. Right? And if you do a comparison, like for the ectomorphs like Zion and Randall and Barkley and whoever, like the big Paolo and whoever, Karl Malone, if you do the pound for pound thing, Charles Barkley is probably him and Zion are probably the fastest dudes you've ever seen in the NBA, over 270. You've never seen dudes that fast. Not even Shaq,
What I was
right?
about to say, wow.
Now, Charles Barkley, bro. And I'm gonna get back to the Knicks talk, but I just want to say this thing real quick. I saw in person, I saw as a young adult, I saw the Sixers run a pick and roll with Charles Barkley as the ball handler and saw him dunk on Bill
Mm.
Cartwright 8 straight times. He did it
8
so
straight
much
times.
that Chuck D wrote it in a song, bro. Chuck D wrote in a song, "I throw this thing down your throat like Barkley," right? Talking about how he destroyed Bill Cartwright with the Knicks, right? Charles, people look at Chuck now, goofy older man, big guy, chuckles, all this stuff, but they forget in Charles Barkley's day, Charles
Yo, he
Barkley
was
might have been the
nasty.
most menacing. People used to be afraid, legit afraid of Charles Barkley. Like they feared for their life from Chuck. Because Chuck would, I saw him dunk against Seattle. It was like the NBA highlight of the week, where this
Mhm.
entire Seattle defense sagged into the paint. They didn't care about shooters. It was like 5 people with a foot in the paint, and Charles Barkley dunked on the entire crowd with 2 hands. Bro, run
And I
no lie,
was
run and start. They saw him coming. It was like, you know what I'm saying, the rock versus the immovable object, and Barkley won. Right.
Mhm.
But anyways, to the Randall point, I saw I got the Mark Stein thing, and I think from what Mark Stein said is that he feels like that Randall is gonna make the playoffs. I mean make the all-star team. Right. And the name I didn't see was Bam Adebayo. I got it in it.
Mhm.
I got it in the email in an article that Mark Stein wrote.
Mm.
Like he thinks Randall is still gonna make it because of his contribution. It's in an
Yeah.
article. It's an article called Tuesdays with Steiny. Mark Stein presents,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
his Eastern Conference guys are um, Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell in the back as the backcourt reserves, and the front court reserves are Miami's Bam Adebayo, Boston's Jalen Brown, and New York's Randall. So the guy he left off was Paolo Banchero.
But there's 7 slots, not 5.
Yeah, but I'm ready to get to the wild cards. He said his
Oh,
wild
okay.
cards are Tyrese Maxey and Paolo Banchero.
Oh,
Those are the
then
two. Yeah,
then he left off Trey Young. That's what he left
yeah,
off.
yeah.
Yeah, but Trey got hurt though like twice. He's missing game.
He ain't missing enough games.
Nah,
No, I'm not
as
saying
Atlanta's
he
whack.
not, but Trey's been
It's
dropping
still it's
30.
still it's still an all-star game. Like he's still
Yeah.
a star. Like I
If Dame
understand.
is on here, he should be. I
Yeah, he's
take
better
Trey
than
over
Dame.
Dame.
He,
I take
yeah,
Trey
he's
over
better.
Dame.
He's better than Dame right now. I don't know. Dame just got in off of name recognition.
Not
Yeah.
He
because they're the
hasn't. He
second
hasn't.
team in the East. Like you said, the top 2 teams get 2 players. So
He's
they
not
got Dame and
performing
Giannis.
to that level. And second team in the East, we like a half a game behind them right now, or a game
Yeah.
and a half. Like that. And so Randall should make it if that's the case.
I
He's
think
definitely
honestly,
outperforming Dame.
and not even just that, I was gonna say Maxi as well. He should be above Maxi because if you look at the consistency, we've always been in that 4, 5. I mean, like that 5, 6 area up until recently, to where now
I
we're
mean,
actually in the
The
3
Sixers
position.
were in that top 3 seed the entire year.
Yeah, but I'm saying now that we
So
moved up and now that we're like in that 3rd position, I really think that we should have at least 2 guys because Randall's been there from jump and
putting
Brunson
the numbers
just
in.
yeah, they're both putting in the numbers. They're both giving you 24. And even if you look at DiVincenzo, had
Now, DiVincenzo ain't gonna make no All Star. You gotta relax. You gotta relax. You ain't making no All
Hold
Star
your
team
breath.
averaging 12
Hold your
points.
breath on that one.
You ain't making no All Star team averaging 12 points. Let's bring
I'm
it
gonna
in.
tell you this, Chenzo,
He should be in the 3-point contest. I'll say that much.
I mean, end of the season, DiVincenzo's gonna have more than 11 points. Watch.
I
Look
mean,
at the
he can have
last two
11. He can
games.
have 11 points. He can have 13, 14 points. It ain't gonna
Nah.
be All Star numbers.
What are you talking about? If you notice his shooting pattern over the last few games, his
But
Three
that's because
pointed.
Randall is out. That's why.
No, I'm not even talking about the last 2 games. I said the last few games since he started playing.
Okay,
They've been
I'll play it this
increasing.
way. I'll play it this way.
Hmm.
He shot the most shots he ever took in his career a game ago.
Yeah.
tonight.
Again, no, not tonight. It was a game ago. 22 shots.
Game ago, and then now he came back with another 20. He's a role
Yeah,
player, a damn good role player. But once he gets put back down in the hierarchy, he's not gonna be.
but Dre,
He's just
this
not
is
gonna
why I
be.
say it's good because you're only expecting him to shoot 40%, which is what he's basically doing. From the mid range, he's shooting 48%. From three, he's shooting 41%. So regardless of what we say, him giving 11 points,
You can say he's a good player. We know
his
he's a
numbers
good
are gonna
player.
go up. I'm not gonna sit here and say he's gonna get 20 points by the end of the season. Not saying that. But I'm looking more like 17 because if you look at how his 3 points have been going up, they're giving him seven to
OG is on
10
his
looks at
team
three.
too. And OG's on his team. He's gonna be featured as well. At one, I'll put it this way: when Randall is in the game, those
Hmm.
shots that you're getting
He's not
from
gonna get.
Dante, no,
Hmm.
he's not gonna be taking mid range shots. He's out
But
there
if
to
you
shoot threes and finish plays. That's it.
But that's what I'm saying. You're gonna use him on the second team because if you look, remember what we were doing earlier in the season where we were saying we're gonna use DeJounte Murray for have him with the first team and the second team. They've been doing that with DiVincenzo. That's why his 3 pointers went up. He's
You
not
gotta
gonna
have
be
the
getting those.
minutes. You gotta log the minutes to do those things.
Yeah,
And
that's
we're a
why he
healthy
played
team. He's
41
not
minutes.
playing. He's not playing that many minutes when we're healthy.
But wait, hold on. Even you just said it. The last 2 games since he's been hurt, he just played 41 minutes. He just played 35. So they're giving him more minute roles, and they're giving him
Because
more
we didn't
looks at
have
the three.
OG. Because we didn't have OG and
This is
Randall. That's why
before
he's
the
getting
last
more.
2 games, Dre. Look
No,
at
no,
since he's
no,
been
no,
in the
no.
starting role. He went from 3 attempts at three to moving up to 5. Now he's pretty much anywhere from 7 to 10.
Literally, hold on. Literally, the last game we played before those last two injuries, he played 20 minutes, 26 minutes, 25, 20,
Mm-hmm.
20. Injuries to our guard, so he played 38 minutes. Then the game before he
Mm-hmm.
played 19, 20. Like he's never going to play the allotment of minutes you need to get those eight. Like I'll put it this way: Michael Porter Jr. is asked to for the same role that Dante is in our offense, and they have a high-powered offense, and he only averages 16 points. Are you going to tell me Dante DiVincenzo is a better offensive player than Michael Porter Jr.?
No, I
He's
wasn't
not.
saying that. All I was
He's not.
saying
But
was
I'm saying the opportunity, he's only going to get but so much opportunity to get
from
this 17. Like OG gets more opportunity. He's still only averaging 15 points.
yeah. And OG's a down low player to where DiVincenzo
No,
also
no,
had.
no, 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 no.
No, 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 no.
He is a
Let me get this
3 point
off.
shooter, just like Dante.
No, no, no. I was gonna say this. They both have the advantage of the three ball, but the thing is you're looking for DiVincenzo to shoot more as of late, regardless of with the last 2 games. I'm not even including that. If you look at DiVincenzo, his shooting attempts have gone up as well as his 3 point attempts. I'm saying based off of that, I'm thinking they're trying to use him to get more involved. Not saying he's gonna get 16, 17 points, but he's gonna get
Brother,
more looks
brother,
with the second team. He's gonna
brother,
go
you're not
ahead and be
understanding. Brother, you're not
okay.
understanding. He's getting more shots because he's getting more minutes.
Yeah, more opportunity.
That
Yeah.
there's a direct correlation. He's not gonna. I'll put it this way: when it gets back to the normal rotation and it's 25 minutes that he sees in a night, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not gonna get 22 shots up in 25 minutes.
I know that.
He's
He's
going
gonna
to get
probably get
10,
16 to
10.
17.
No, he's not. He's gonna get 10 to 13 shots maximum.
But he's also gonna get a good 6 to 7 shots with the second team as well. Because
That's
remember,
still
they're not just
13
gonna run him with
shots.
the first team.
No, 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 no. The second team includes Grimes. The second team includes Josh Hart. The second team includes Deuce McBride for now. If we make a move for Brogdon, hypothetically speaking, that's another guard. Like, gotta calm it down, bro. Like Dante is not gonna play 30 minutes a night to get these opportunities. Like he's performing at an admirable pace. I love what I'm seeing, but I don't see Tibbs deviating too much because he just values size so much from his guards and wing. There's a reason why Josh Hart is the first guy off the bench for Dante at the 6 minute mark of every game since we got OG. Unless you think Josh Hart is going to play less minutes, he's not. Then
That's the reason why I don't think we trade for Bruce Brown.
Yeah,
I think Bruce Brown is off the board
Mm-hmm.
because if you trade for Bruce Brown, so what do you do with Josh Hart?
Yep.
salute you.
Yeah,
Salute,
salute to the GI. Yeah, so for that reason, I think Bruce Brown is off the board.
Mm-hmm.
I also think Malcolm Brogdon may be off the board,
Agreed.
even though I wouldn't mind having him
I still
be.
think he's on the board for easy.
Yeah. But he what are you going to do with them?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm asking you what is
No,
his role?
he's gonna come in, and as soon as he gets on this team, Brunson's minutes are gonna go down to like 33, 34, and he's taking all of Deuce McBride's minutes.
What
Just
about
because
Grimes?
Grimes is not getting traded. Grimes is
Yeah.
gonna still play off the bench.
Oh no.
Nah, Grimes gone, bro.
Nah,
I don't think he's getting
Grimes
traded
or
at all.
somebody's got. Nah, that's not gonna work.
I think
Grimes is
if
gonna
Grimes
have to
gets,
be gone.
I think Grimes gets traded in the summer. I think that, but I don't think he gets traded.
Nah, he's
Then why bring
gone.
in Brogdon?
Because the thing is, in order for you to get
Brogdon is a point guard, not a
yo,
two guard.
yeah, in order to get Brogdon, bro, you have to give something that teams want.
If you're looking at the value for Brogdon, Terry Rozier went for a first round pick and an expiring contract.
Right.
What do you think Brogdon is going for? A first round pick and an expiring
similar. Hey,
contract.
so you asked me the question, I'm gonna answer. Right. So he's gonna go for the same thing, but that's an example. But I don't think it's the best example because Kyle Lowry's contract is not Evan Fournier's contract. Kyle Lowry's contract is huge.
It's 30 million of expiring dollars.
Right. And Evan
then
Fournier,
they got
and
a
Evan Fournier
trade
is only
exemption for it too.
right, but Evan Fournier is only 18 and a half.
We have a trade exception to give them for it.
Right.
And the difference is $4 million, which we have a trade exemption for. Malcolm Brogdon makes 22.5.
Right. 22.5. Right.
And we have a trade exception of 4 million and one of 6 million.
Right.
So that alone would make the difference. The trade exception,
so basically
Fournier
what
and
you're
a
saying,
first rounder.
So what you're saying is we're gonna give more
probably a second rounder.
Right. So we're gonna give more assets to Portland for Brogdon than Charlotte gave or Miami gave Charlotte.
If you don't use your trade exceptions, you lose it. And
But
I think Brogdon is a better
but
player.
We already know that. But Dre, we already know the basketball facts. What we're weighing is a pound of steel versus a pound of feathers. Both weigh a pound, but they're different.
They're in the same relative range. I think Brogdon is a better player than Rozier, and he fits more seamlessly,
right,
than Rozier would.
Right.
But the going value, like they're not going to get a young player for Brogdon from no team. No team is giving them a young player for Brogdon. None.
Okay.
I can bet my bottom dollar. No one is giving someone young, especially on a rookie contract for him. They're going to give a matching salary and a first round pick, probably a second round pick.
I think my personal thing is Grimes is gone, way out of here.
I already concede he's probably gone. I just don't think they're going to do it at this break.
Right.
I think they're going to do it in the summer. 100%. I think they're going to do it in the summer.
Nah, the reason, in my opinion, on it is the reason why they won't do it this summer and do it now, because teams like New York. Listen, man, NBA front offices are smart, bro. They won't be these people have bachelor's and master's degrees and years of interning and all of this stuff just to be where they are, bro. You know what I'm saying? They understand that a championship window is not guaranteed, right? Right. We're almost in a championship window, and to hold that up because of Quentin Grimes would be foolish. Especially
Quentin Grimes, but Quentin Grimes is my fault, Freezie. My fault.
Twice.
No,
go ahead, Freezie. My fault.
No, go ahead. You got it.
I was gonna say I don't think Quentin Grimes is gonna fetch us anything of note just on alone. No, he's not gonna give you what do you think Quentin Grimes is gonna fetch us to help us get over the hill? Be realistic. You
Yeah,
ain't gonna get
I,
nothing for
I
Quentin
already,
Grimes right now.
I already know I already know what the Knicks want to do with him. Grimes is a 24-year-old. He'll be 20. Grimes will be 24 next month, right?
You ain't
So
getting
the
nothing
so the
for him,
so the
man.
young asset thing doesn't even apply to him, right?
It's more of the rookie
They're
contract
gonna.
thing that matters more to us than anything else. Not his
Hey, they
age.
keep cutting me. I'm trying to put my
My
point.
fault. My fault,
Yeah, you
Freezy.
know,
Go ahead, Freezy.
I'm saying that's why I was saying go ahead so I could go ahead and say about
Yeah, yeah.
what I'm saying to you is Grimes is not that anymore, right? It's like when your baby be born. Lee, you know how your baby be born, you bring them home, and they be so adorable, and then 17 years later, when they have they big musty behind in the kitchen with left dishes in the sink, make you mad. It's still the same person. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's still the same person, but they done, you know what I'm saying, got your bathroom smelling like, you know what I'm saying, a backstage rock concert. I'm like, bro, what you supposed to clean the bathroom? Oh yeah, my bad. No, this is the thing that what I'm saying with Grimes is Grimes now is not what Grimes was 3 years ago when he was like full of potential, shiny new toy, all that stuff. I think that what the Knicks are gonna want, Grimes doesn't want to be here, clearly, right? If you read what between the lines of the verbiage between him and the Knicks, he don't want to be here, right? Because he's upset about being benched, and Tibbs is upset that he faked the injury in the playoffs. And I don't think he faked it. I don't think he faked the injury in Cleveland. Remember the shoulder injury when Grimes missed games?
You probably was. You probably was hurt.
He probably was hurt, right? He probably was. But the thing is Tom Thibodeau and them, they don't want to hear that, bro. You know what
Not
I'm
at
saying?
that moment.
It's like where did this injury come from? We didn't even see it happen, and now you hurt. And so when you have these bruised egos and all that stuff, do you deal with that and give that man an extension this summer, or do you trade him at the deadline, where you can get top dollar bang for your buck, right? Because teams are desperate. You can reset that scale. You could, man, listen. You could swap him for Tari Eason right now
I don't think they're doing that.
and push back. I know, Dre. I know you say you don't think so, right? But what
But
I'm
I mean,
saying is,
all we have is speculation. Just like you think they'll do that, but I don't think they would. So it's all. I mean, we
no,
have
no,
interest in him.
what I'm saying is that is an option for them. Nobody knows what they're gonna do. I don't, you know what I'm saying?
Mm,
I mean,
I'll put it. I'll put it this way: we think that's an option for them, but they could offer him to the Houston Rockets, and the Houston Rockets will look at us like we're stupid and say no. So, like,
Why
and
not?
if we're talking about resetting, Tari Eason is 1 year less on a rookie scale contract. He's 6'8", and he plays defense at a high level and has a crazy motor. They're, that would be like them pushing their rookie scale contract up another year, just so they're forced to pay Quentin Grimes earlier than they'd be forced to pay Tari Eason.
right.
When they would probably do that for
Trade, but
Jalen
Trey,
Green first.
didn't you just say that they were going to trade a young shooting guard?
No. Jalen Green is coming up at the end of his rookie scale contract,
No,
which is
no,
why
wait,
I
no,
suggested.
no. That's not. I'm not talking about Jalen Green's contract. I'm talking about you said that Jalen Green's not going to be there,
Yeah,
right?
he's not.
Right. In the finished product, when they get to the point where they feel like they can compete, they're not going to trade. They're not going to have him around, right? Because
Probably.
of obvious reasons, basketball IQ and
They just have so many other young
discipline.
players that can do what he does, but better.
Right. Right. And while I'm not saying that Grimes is a better player than Jalen Green or has more upside, what I'm saying is Houston thought they were going to get a 6'6" Kobe Bryant type young player, and they wound up getting a 6'4" Lou Williams type player.
Well, Freezy, they drafted the Kobe type, Bryant type.
I understand that. I understand it, but
That's why Taylor's gone.
but you also said that he won't be there, right?
Oh, no. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. They drafted the Thompson twin
Right.
to be that Kobe type player, which is why Jalen Green, as he keeps coming up closer to extension date, he's gonna be gone because they have him. They have the Thompson twin. They have Cam Whitmore. They had Tari Eason underneath rookie contracts for the next 2+ years.
Right.
Whereas
Right.
Jalen Green in a year and or a year and a half is extension time. Actually, matter of
Right.
fact, he's
It's
due for
next
an extension this summer.
this summer. Yeah, he's in the Grimes draft.
So they like this is the reason why I'm like, yo, they would never Houston would never take Grimes for Tari Eason because Tari Eason is 1 year back further, and he's younger, and he's bigger, and does the same thing Quentin Grimes does.
Right.
So, like,
There's,
if you're trading him, you're probably not getting someone that has more years on a rookie contract. Like from conventional basketball logic, like going around the league, unless the player is that much better, or he's just very, very good, extremely high upside, and you do something like that, cool. But I usually no, that teams don't
I,
trade a guy
I
on
would,
his third year for a guy on his second year
I'm
if
gonna
they're on the
venture and
same
say
level.
this: if the Knicks trade for Malcolm Brogdon, the situational guard on the bench is Quentin Grimes.
I think it's Deuce.
Nah, I think you play Deuce and Brogdon together
I
because
think
in
Tibbs values
theory,
size too damn much. Unfortunately, I think
right,
he values size too much.
right, and for that reason, you're talking about a 6'5", a 6'4", 6'5" guard that defends and shoots versus a 6'4", 6'5" combo / point guard veteran type guy that guards and shoots. It's just like saying if you combine Deuce McBride and well, no, you can't say it that way. If you combine Tyus Jones and Quentin Grimes together, you get a Malcolm Brogdon. Is in theory, it would be that's what you hope you're getting, right? But I can't see a situation where Tom Thibodeau is gonna sit Deuce over Grimes, especially when this season he has
I
shown
definitely.
that
I de-
he prefers Deuce over all those young guards, RJ, Quickly, Grimes, all those guys.
How does he prefer Deuce over RJ and Quickly when Deuce never played when we had RJ and Quickly?
Yeah, yeah. Where are they now though?
They're traded for OG Ananobi, who is probably the
Right,
best role player in the entire league.
right. And if he didn't prefer him, they could have put Deuce in that trade, right?
Why would they want Deuce? Deuce isn't a point guard. The Raptors want a point guard.
Right, right. Yeah,
Deuce is not a point guard. That's why
right.
he's not in the deal.
And
That's why
in
he. We,
theory,
that's why
Quickly
we
wasn't
trade.
a
That's
point
why
guard
we
for us.
signed him for so cheap, Freezy, because his value wasn't that high.
Right. But was Quickly a point guard for us? The Knicks didn't think so.
He was a playmaker, initiator off the bench,
See, playmaker, point
and he
guard,
has.
initiator.
And to that point,
All of those are different terms meaning different things.
we were never gonna pay
Is
him,
he a point
Freezy.
guard or no?
He is a point guard to me, so we were never
Yeah,
gonna
he's a
pay
point
him.
guard to me too. So just for
We were never gonna pay him, and he's never gonna be better than Brunson. So we did the next best thing: give him an opportunity and swipe up the premier 3-and-D player in the league, probably right now.
so I'm thinking something different. I think they never had faith in Emmanuel Quickly. That's what I think. And when you go back to day one, it looked as if they had faith, and somewhere along the way, I think both sides lost each other,
I
and
think
they
it's
couldn't
more
and
of
they
a.
couldn't find each other.
I think it was more of a Tibbs thing where Tibbs values size over everything, and because Quickly would never be better than Jalen
But
Brunson,
he don't
they
value.
went out and got a player to fit a role
But
next to
Dre,
Jalen Brunson to hide Jalen Brunson.
no disrespect, but I think you're saying two different things. Like I think you're on both sides of the fence because you're saying Tibbs value size,
For real, you
right?
are.
You're saying
How
Tibbs
am I?
value.
How
Well,
am I?
listen,
But both
I'm about to
but
I'm
both
about to
sides
tell
are
you.
true. Well, I mean, I'm saying Tibbs does value size for you.
Dre,
Is that not true?
take a deep
No,
breath.
that's not
Let him
true.
finish.
Yeah, that's not true. Because if Tibbs valued size, right, then why were we a very small NBA team at the start of the season,
Because
right?
we didn't have any wings on this team.
If
We
he
just didn't.
valued them, why is Tibbs benching Evan Fournier, trading away Cam Reddish, trading away Obi, and bringing in 6'4" guards?
We're not. Were you thinking about size in a binary tall equal size type of way?
No, I'm talking about
I'm talking
overall. And
about.
when you
I'm
said
talking
when you
about girth, stoutness. He thinks he plays Josh Hart at the wing and at the backup four for a reason.
Right,
He
but Dante
thinks
DiVincenzo is not a
that
thick guard, bro.
Dante is good enough for the two. He's not
Dante
small.
Dante
He's not
DiVincenzo,
tiny.
Dante
But
DiVincenzo
again,
is not
He's
220,
6'4",
225.
210. 6'4", 210. Is
Yeah,
that not good enough?
no, that's not girth.
Well, there's
210 at 6 foot.
but here's the thing. Freezy. There's a reason why Dante comes out the game first for Josh Hart.
Right, and Josh Hart doesn't have girth, bro. Josh Hart is I think he's 6'5", 215.
Tibbs
Taylor Horton Tucker, David Roddy, that's girth.
Tibbs values size, and he thinks Josh Hart provides size. Whether you might think of size as being 6'8", he views Josh Hart as this fire truck type, Marcus Smart type big guard.
I think you're going down with the ship, bro.
No, I'm not going down with shit. That's just reality.
Josh Hart ain't no big guard.
Freezy, when you go to press conferences,
It's so
Tibbs
true.
when you go to press conferences, Tibbs be talking about, I was just looking for more size on the perimeter, so we put in Josh Hart. We've seen him say that, Freezy. We have seen him say this.
Good and well, Josh Hart ain't no big guard, bro. Come on, bro.
Freezy, we've seen him say this. Have we not seen Tom Thibodeau say this?
But you're saying Josh
Yes or no?
Hart contributes more?
Yes or no? Have we not seen Tom Thibodeau?
I'm asking Dre, are you legit saying Josh Hart is a big guard?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the perspective of
Josh
Tibbs
Hart is
that
smaller than Bradley Beal, bro. You know that.
I'm only speaking from the perspective of Tibbs, and Tibbs has said that he's a big guard out of his own mouth.
Josh Hart is smaller than Marcus Smart.
We can disagree with the reality of it, Freezy, but I'm only going with the perspective of the head coach, and the head coach thinks Josh Hart is a big guard.
I think you don't want to be
wrong. Does Tibbs not think Josh Hart is a big guard? Yes or no?
No, he does not.
Yes, he does. We've seen him refer to him as size. I've seen him in press conferences refer to Josh Hart as a plus in size.
Right.
I've seen him do it.
Right. Yeah. Josh Hart's not a big guard, bro.
He's not. But in Tibbs' mind, he is.
No,
that's the thing.
Tibbs' mind, no.
So Tibbs goes on a press conference and be lying about how he thinks about Josh Hart.
Wait a minute, did you ask me Tibbs go in a press conference and lie? Is that what you're asking me? Lee, is that what he's asking me?
Nah, man, this is Freezy. I'm not about to let this go just because.
You're asking me, did Tom Thibodeau go into a press conference?
Okay, Freezy. If it was about height or lack of height, then why doesn't Grimes play more than Josh Hart? They're both the same size, right?
I guess, but neither of them are. Bro, listen, I know what.
Does Tibbs play Josh Hart at the backup for or Quentin Grimes at the backup for? Yes, who does he play at the backup for?
Tonight I saw some Grimes.
No. From the start of the season,
But Dre, if you ask me a question, you're not gonna formulate my answer, bro.
Okay, I'm not gonna formulate your answer, but
if you ask me a question, and then I'll have my own answer. What I'm saying is this. I understand where you're trying to go with it, right? Overcompensating for a lack of size by using energy and effort, but that's still not size.
It's not size.
Right. Being small, playing big doesn't mean you're big.
That's what Tibbs values, playing big. That's what I'm saying. Like Precious Achua is not a center in size, but he plays big.
Right.
So he puts him at the center. That's what I'm saying. Tibbs values guys who can play big. They're not big. Precious Achua, if Precious Achua was a starting center listed, he would probably be the smallest starting center in the NBA. Right. But guess where he puts him and Sims at center?
Right.
He values guys that play big. Now, being big in actuality, that's a different thing.
But what I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is that these guards are small, even for what they're asked to do. Right?
Yeah.
Quentin Grimes.
Josh Hart can't even be the low man. Like every time teams attack from the low, they just go right over him.
Right. I understand that. But what I'm saying is these guards are small, bro. Josh Hart and Quentin Grimes are both smaller than SGA, who's a big guard.
An
and
actual
everybody
guard.
knows that, right? Josh Hart and Quentin Grimes are both smaller than Jalen Williams, right?
Jalen Williams. Jalen Williams is built
Right,
like Harden.
right, right. And so my thing is with a Quentin Grimes type player, in reality, why get a shooting guard to play small forward and power forward when you can get a small forward to play small forward and power forward? That I mean,
So you're not. I'm not denying. I want Tari Eason on my team too. The Rockets are not trading that man for Tari Eason.
right? No, what I use that as an example. That's not
Oh, I was an
that's
example.
not the
Okay,
standard.
okay, I understand.
That's not the standard. I was trying to
Okay,
get to a standard
like
that
an actual big wing, not a two
that's just
guard
that's
that
just the example, right?
masquerades.
The
Okay,
thing is it's documented 5 NBA teams, well, 4 NBA teams have strong interest in Quentin Grimes right now, and then one just joined the fray, the Washington Wizards. Right? It's documented that these teams want Quentin Grimes, right?
Freezer, what do you think they would give up for Quentin Grimes? You
Um,
think you
I-
getting a first for Quentin Grimes?
no, Quentin Grimes will be included in a package of tradable assets, right? Like if the Knicks were like Memphis is interested, has strong interest in Grimes, right? Grimes would not be the headline of any trade package. It's not 2022 anymore.
Yeah,
Right?
he'd be a consolidation piece.
He would be a piece with another piece with another piece. Like in
Yeah,
the DeJounte Murray trade, Quentin Grimes is as good as gone.
right. I understand that, but I'm saying I don't think they even do a move because I'll put it this way: if they were to do a move for that, right, it would be someone that's starting caliber, that's going to start on this team right away out the gate. And from what I'm seeing, I don't think they're going to touch the starting lineup outside of whoever starts at center. I
Right.
don't think they're going to touch the starting lineup right now or going throughout the rest of the season or into the playoffs. If the starting lineup gets touched, it would be in the postseason. And I don't think they would throw
In the off
Grimes
season,
in
not
a,
the postseason.
yeah, in the offseason. I don't think they would throw Grimes in on a deal unless it came for a starter.
Right.
Unless it
But
came for someone that would be much better than Dante. And then you
but
could throw him in there, just like a DeJounte, for example, like
but
you
Dre,
mentioned. And I don't think they're out on the DeJounte. They're targeting guys that want to be a bench initiator. And if you're getting a bench initiator, you don't have to throw Quentin Grimes in for that.
Dre, I got a question, real quick. What do you see in Grimes that makes him
I
not
don't
tradable? Wait, hold on.
I
Not
don't
make
think
him
he's not
tradable,
tradable. I don't
but
think
at
he's
the
not
same
tradable.
time, you don't. Okay,
But
what I'm
Dre, you
trying to
just said
say,
he was you just said you
he
said he was
wasn't.
untradeable.
That's what I was
No,
trying to
no, no, no,
say.
no, no, no. Where I never said he was untradeable. I said you're not trading him unless you're getting a starting
But
caliber
no,
player.
the context, but Dre, the context is the trade deadline.
Exactly.
We're not talking about in the future. We're just talking about
Hmm.
at the trade deadline.
Yeah,
And you
that's what
don't
I'm
think they'll
saying.
trade him by the
No, no,
trade
no. That's
deadline.
that's what I'm saying. You're not gonna trade him unless you're getting a starting caliber player at the trade deadline. If you're not gonna get someone to slot
Well,
in at the two, then
what
it's
makes you believe
pointless
that? What makes you
because
believe that?
because wing depth is finite on this team.
Hold on.
It's finite on this team
I,
unless you replace him with someone much better than Dante, and you can slot Dante up the bench, and he can be a defender. Let's just be realistic for a moment. Tibbs values defense over anything.
okay, Trey. Up until a certain point, I was agreeing with you, but then you lost me because what you're telling me is we're gonna keep Grimes unless we can get somebody better to upgrade for Grimes and DiVincenzo. When DiVincenzo has already been stepping up to where, to
So
me, it
then it
shows that
is
he.
pointless to get rid of him unless if you're targeting like you said it yourself. If Dante is performing at a level where the starting lineup you don't even want to touch the starting lineup, then why
Hmm.
would you trade Grimes for a guy to be your backup point guard?
That's not. We're trying to see what the best option is as far as getting
Because
Grimes.
Grimes is not a facilitator. That's why
Exactly.
you do it.
We need a
He's
backup
not a
facility.
facilitator, but Freezy, you don't have to give up anything for a facilitator. You don't have to give up an actual player for a facilitator that you're actually playing.
Okay.
that's in your rotation.
No,
That's my
okay.
whole point.
So name that person then.
I just gave you a player that the Heat literally gave up a first round pick
Terry
in the
Rozier.
future and salary matching for Terry Rozier.
But that's what the point is.
You don't have to
Confusing because
give up. You don't have
but
to give
Dre,
up
you said
anybody on a rookie
on the
scale
one hand,
contract.
but Dre, what I'm saying is, on the one hand, you said you don't have to give up anything, and then just now you said the Heat gave up, which means
You're
they gave
not
up
you're
something.
not understanding what I mean by anything. I'm saying you don't have to give up someone on a rookie scale contract for a backup initiator. That's my point. Not nothing. I think a rookie scale contract matters more than matching salary. It matters more than a trade exception. You don't have to give up Quentin Grimes to get Malcolm Brogdon, and that's the caliber of player that we're targeting. Now, if we're targeting a Dejounte, yeah, that man is gone. Hell yeah, and I'm sending him out there too. If we're targeting Dejounte, right? But you already said that we're out on Dejounte, and we're
But
only really targeting a backup initiator. And at
but
that
Yeah,
point, are you giving up a rookie scale? Like no team, pardon me, no team is giving up a rookie scale guy for a backup initiator. That's just silly, and no team is going to do that.
but Dre, Portland is one of the teams that are interested in Grimes as well. Memphis, Portland, Washington, and I forgot the other team. There's like four teams that are interested in
Brother,
Grimes.
I'm
So if
interested in
we're gonna
Beyonce.
go get
Does that
no,
mean I'm going to get Beyonce?
no.
but what I'm
Okay then.
saying is if the Knicks are interested in Brogdon, they're gonna have to get rid of Grimes because that's what.
No, they don't have to. No, they don't have to give up any player that's in their current rotation for Josh Hart. I mean for Malcolm Brogdon. They don't have to. They can give up a pick and matching filler, matching salary, or they can give up a first and a second. But they don't have to give up anybody that's currently in their rotation for him. I'm being dead serious too. Did the Heat give up anybody in their rotation that was actually playing?
Yeah, they gave up Kyle Lowry. He was
Kyle Lowry
starting.
was Kyle Lowry was
No,
being
well,
phased
hold
out.
Dre, you asked a question. Let me. I want to answer with
Okay,
my own answer.
okay, gotcha.
Right, right. So yes, they did give up something out of their rotation because Kyle Lowry had been benched 2 games before that and was coming off the bench. He had started all year and he had only come off the bench for 2 games before the trade was made. So they
And they
gave up something out of the rotation. Now, to your point, if you're asking, was it something substantial of substance that they gave away? No, they no longer value Kyle Lowry. Hence the reason why they traded him. Right. But was he, to answer your question on a base level? Of course they did. Kyle Lowry was a starter.
that man was washed.
He's still washed. Right.
We know we're gonna pick him up because he's a Villanova guy off the buyout market. You know that,
Right.
right?
I wouldn't, and to be honest with you, I wouldn't mind for the vet minimum
I let
because
him sit on the
people
bench.
forget the CBA and the CBA, the NBA pays 70% of the vet minimum for guys. Anytime you
Mhm.
see vet minimum, the NBA pays 70% of that. That's in the CBA. That's what the players negotiated to keep older players around, right? So even if the Knicks do that and it goes on the books, it doesn't count on the salary you see. You see one salary, but the Knicks are only going to pay 30% of
Freezy,
that.
I'm not against that. I'm not against it.
Right. Right.
He could just be a vet that sits on the bench and doesn't have to play
Right.
because his mind is worth more than
And
like worth more than anything he
and
could
what
put
he
on the
does,
court.
right?
Yeah,
And who better to teach an up and coming Kyle Lowry to be Kyle Lowry than the original
Deuce,
Kyle Lowry?
Deuce.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Or are you talking about Brunson? Because
No, I'm talking about
we talking
Deuce
about
and Kyle Lowry,
undersized
bro.
Villanova guards. Then
Yeah, man. I think when I see Deuce McBride right now, I see the Memphis Grizzlies Kyle Lowry. That's what I see. People forget about that, those years away from Toronto. Toronto didn't draft him, bro. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
Kyle Lowry didn't come into the league and burst onto the scene. He didn't even burst onto the scene in Toronto. It took time. He got better over time. So but yeah, man, the
I
Grimes
think
thing.
I'm,
There
I'm
were
not
four teams.
disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you with like moving Grimes because the way you describe him, he's going to be part of a trade. He's not going to be a featured part of a trade, right? But for that point, if you're given a part of a part and then you're throwing in multiple picks, it's probably going to be for a guy that's going to start for you. Not you're not doing that for a guy that's going to come off your bench.
So I
It's-
have a list right here of the teams that are heavily interested in Quentin Grimes. Right, they are Atlanta, Memphis, Utah, Houston. Are the
oh,
teams are the teams that are that would like to get their hands on Quentin Grimes, and the fifth team that just emerged out of nowhere, the Washington Wizards. And if you notice that when I mention these teams, Atlanta, Memphis, Utah, Houston, outside of Houston, the other three teams are all in a situation where they could be major players in the trade market. We don't know where Houston is yet because I don't think
they're in the play-in right now.
if
I
they're going to
think
be a
that
play-in
yeah, they're like ninth or 10th.
They're in
team
the play-in
or
right
an
now.
upper C team that just got cold at the wrong time.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah, but for a large stretch of the season, I think they were like the sixth seed, the fifth seed, and so they don't know if they're going through a stretch or if this team was just overperforming at the beginning of the season. If it was just that Udoka coaching bump at the beginning of the season, right? But if you know Udoka to coach teams, you know he probably is on the verge of a meltdown, and this team will get hot and then have a little stretch run at the end of the season. But Houston probably doesn't know that yet, or maybe they do, and that's the
they
reason
gave
why
him
they're
all
not
that money. I
shuffling
think
the.
they do know. They gave
Huh?
him all that damn money. I think they know.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
then again, the Bucks went and got Glenn Rivers, and they know he's prone to collapsing in the playoffs. They should know. So who
Right.
knows?
But the one thing about Doc and Cowboy Bob, I joked with Dre a couple of weeks ago
Hmm.
about us not knowing who Doc Rivers is. Doc Rivers is the older version of Jalen Suggs.
Wow.
Yeah, like
This
the
type of player he is
yeah,
scrappy combo guard, not really a natural point.
not but his athleticism makes up for the shortcomings of both positions
Yeah.
Hmm.
in terms
Like a
of
Jose
height.
Alvarez.
Yeah, like
No, no,
height
no,
at
no.
at the two and passing at the one. So his athleticism makes up
Strength,
for it. Yeah,
strength.
Okay.
yeah. But
That's
but
actually dope.
but but the thing I'm getting at with a Grimes is you can't take any player off the tape, especially if there's beef, internal beef going on, and then two, and the thing I think Tom Thibodeau is getting wary of. And this is just me speculating. And none of this is true. This is me speculating. I think Tom Thibodeau is tired of all the injury stuff too. Every time you turn around, Grimes is hurt, even if it's only for 18 minutes.
Well, if that's the case, then he's gonna love OG because every year OG never plays 70 games, plays like
Right,
60 something.
right. And
So,
what
and
what?
he just missed the last two games.
Yeah, yeah. But the thing is though, the difference between OG Anunoby and a Quentin Grimes is the difference between a Keith Bogans and a Luol Deng. Right?
Mm.
The Luol Deng factor, your defense legit revolves around a Luol Deng and Joakim Noah, right?
Hmm.
Whereas the Keith Bogans can be replaced with Kirk Heinrich. You know what I'm saying? So the point that I'm getting at ultimately is every month Grimes has a season in the injury that lasts 18 minutes.
Gonna make me wake my neighbors.
Bro, y'all see it, yeah, and y'all got to have noticed it too. Like think about since last summer, how many injuries has Grimes had since last summer?
I counted 4.
Like, or since the beginning of last season, he entered training camp in a walking boot. right? And yeah, and no lie, all summer we heard the summer of 2022, we heard nothing. And then the dude show up in an injury boot, right? No, let me take that back. The spring of 2022, Grimes dislocated his knee late March, right? He came back towards the end of the season in April, right? And we were like, oh, whew, we dodged a bullet. He dislocated his knee, but he came back, and we were concerned about the knee. But then training camp starts, and he was in a walking boot. He missed a bunch of games. Cam Reddish was the starter. Then Grimes plays, right? And then since then, Grimes is basically the dude's always hurt. The dude's always hurt. And does he offer you enough to be patient?
I was gonna say that the and part of the reason that's even hard to move him because his salary isn't much, so he has to be a throw-in in a deal,
Right.
or well, not even a throw-in. He just has to be a part of a deal. And I
Part-
don't see anyone currently like this. This is my whole logic on it. I don't see anyone that he's gonna be a throw-in for unless it's gonna be a starter. And I don't even think they want to change the starting lineup.
I know, right.
So
Right.
that's my whole point on like, okay, I mean, you could throw him in a deal, but I don't see anyone out there that it's worth. Like, or you gonna trade him for Jordan Clarkson, Freezie? We just saw Jordan Clarkson tonight, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Jordan Clarkson.
Well, I'm just talking about the target in terms of
I'll trade him for Michael Conley.
you crazy. They're not trading Mike.
No, they're not trading Conley.
And
or at
the
least
whole
we don't think
Like
they're
that
going to
type of
trade
a
Michael
player.
Conley. It wouldn't make basketball sense for them to trade Mike Conley.
I'm just saying from
That style of
everything
player.
from all the news that's been coming out, the Knicks are targeting a backup off the bench initiator. And the going rate for someone like that is not a rookie scale contract guy, salary filler, and a first round pick.
Not the leader in a trade. Nah, I get that, but that doesn't stop Memphis from wanting him, bro.
Yeah, they could want him, but
Right.
what do they got to
and,
offer us?
and
for
that
that?
doesn't stop Atlanta from wanting him or Utah. Right. That doesn't stop them from wanting to do, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how many? Miles Turner been in how many trade rumors? Miles Turner been in the trade rumors for the last 6 straight years. And where is he at right now?
In the same place. But the thing
That
about
doesn't stop teams from wanting him.
right.
But if they ain't got the right price or what you want to get back, then and I'm only speaking from the perspective of what the Knicks are trying to get back because they're trying to build a team around Jalen Brunson first and foremost, and I don't think they're going to just throw away whatever just to get something that haphazardly fits around Jalen Brunson. They want ideal
But
fits.
nobody's gonna do the haphazard trade. Like we're excluding all of that stuff. Like I want to exclude all of that stuff from the conversation because that's why I mentioned front offices are smart,
Mhm.
right? These people have all types of degrees and arts and sciences that some of us have never even heard of,
Mhm.
right? What I'm saying, but like our capologist probably has a business master's degree in accounting, probably, right? What I'm saying to for the purpose of this conversation is that everybody that's qualified as a candidate may not be the perfect candidate for outlier reasons like
Right.
personality fit.
Mhm.
Right. That's what I'm saying with Grimes. I'm not saying he's not a personality fit or anything like that. What I'm saying is there comes a time when parties just decide to go separate ways. And I think this is maybe what because all the stuff that I've been reading, and maybe it's just rumors. I never heard Grimes say anything publicly, and I never heard Tibbs say anything either way.
Graham said he's putting his he said rumors are part of the sport. He doesn't care. He's just gonna be here and put in his 100% whatever. I'm paraphrasing,
Yeah.
but
And
he's not concerned with rumors. At least he himself.
I also heard him say or read that he said of course he's not frustrated. I mean, of course he's frustrated with not starting,
Josh
and
Hart said that.
no. Quentin Grimes said that. Said he's
Oh, no, no, no,
frustrated
no.
with.
My fault. I was gonna say Josh Hart was frustrated with his role, which is a similar type thing. But Grimes is frustrated with his role.
Yeah, and so he was speaking to his confidence and things of that sort. This is from December, right? His his confidence is at a certain thing, and all of that, man. So it was like one of those things. It was like a shot at, or it felt like a shot at Tibbs for
I
not allowing him to shoot.
I'll give you the last quote, most recent quote from Ian Begley. He said, well, Ian Begley asked him about like trade rumors, and he said, "quote I've kind of been in trade rumors since my rookie year, so I try to come in every day, do my job, be professional." Grimes said per Begley. Every time I step on the court, I just give it 100%. Rumors are going to happen. I just step on the court and try to do everything to help this team win, which is, I mean, that's the most professional answer you could give.
Right, right. Yeah, that's not what I'm speaking about though.
No, no, no. I know what you're speaking about. That was the prior quote when he got benched the first time.
Right,
That was like what 2 months ago? Damn near, probably 2 months ago.
right,
Felt like 2 months ago.
right. Was it?
A
I'm
month and a half ago, at least.
um. Let me see. There was I'm gonna see if I can find it to
I'm
share.
well aware of the quote that you mentioned where he's frustrated with his role. Like I remember it. I remember it.
Yeah.
Real quick, Dre, can we just have a side note while Patty Pendergrass the fourth looks for that? Sir Patty Pendergrass. I wanted to ask you, have you seen any improvements with this team? Like as in Josh Hart, because I see you have a Josh Hart alert. He
That
saved
was
your
pure
life.
sarcasm.
I know that's why I
That
said
was
side note.
probably
It's
the
gonna be
worst triple
quick.
double I ever seen in my life. I'm
Wait,
not
wait,
gonna
wait,
lie
wait.
to
Hold
you.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. How is it a worse triple double?
I mean, did you see
Yeah,
a
I saw
lot
the
of the
game.
mistakes he made during the course of the game?
But what I'm not trying to say he has credit. It was sloppy, yes. But the fact that he achieved something
He
that
did. He
was
did his.
unexpected. Come on, you
I mean,
really think that he had that in him?
a triple double is so arbitrary. I don't get impressed by triple doubles personally. Like I understand like the feat and all of it, right? But if you get a triple double and it's 10, 10, 10, that's like bare minimum. That's
N-
like,
But the reason why I'm saying that is
and he
because you and I
literally got it
both
on a
know. Wait,
lob with like 30 seconds left in the
but
game.
wait, but you and I
Like come
both
on,
know how
of a
Josh
blowout.
Hart is. What I'm saying is you and I both know how Josh Hart is. And for one game, he was able to hone into a skill to where he was able to get assists and rebounds. I see him at best as a double double. I never thought he had the triple double in him. That's all I was trying to say. Like,
I
are
mean, he
you
never did because it was his first triple double in his career.
no? But what
He
I'm
had
saying
7 years to do it. So.
based off of this triple double, do you see him improving to where he can sustain at least 10 rebounds, about 6 or 7 assists? Is my
I
question.
mean, he averages 6 rebounds. So
I said 10.
I know, but I'm telling you, his average or his career average rebounds is like
Mm-hmm.
6.5. So nothing he's shown me suggests that he's gonna get 10 rebounds every game.
Okay.
He's gonna get his 6 or 7, which is still
All right.
fine. That's still a lot for that's the most for a guard. I think.
Right.
I think that's the most for a guard that's under 6'5". Like they put up the statistic. Like it's not it's not easy to get 6 rebounds or 7 rebounds as a guard. It's
Okay.
not. It's just patently not. So, but I'm not gonna expect a double double. Like no guard, no guard outside of Russell Westbrook got 10 boards every night.
Jason Kidd was averaging 9.5 for his career.
Jason Kidd did not average 9.5 rebounds for his career. Stop it.
I'm joking.
Uh,
That was one season. It was one season. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah.
I was trying to sass you, but go ahead. Nah,
but
go back with
I'm
him.
saying like he's a good player. he just does a lot of things that frustrate me. But
I understand that because he does it too, but I just want to see if we as a Knicks guys are actually seeing the adjustments and the improvements
I
that the
think
team are
you know
having.
what I will say. He's probably going to get more rebounds because Randall isn't here.
Mm,
So for however long
And
Randall isn't here,
Hartenstein is not mobile.
yeah, I can see that. Hartenstein is mobile.
I
Yeah.
can say he might get 8 boards a game. Like 8 is going to be an uptick in boards. He's going to get like 8, maybe 9. But 10 is a lot. 10 is
Okay.
a ton for a guard.
10 is a lot for a big.
I know. I'm just saying because of the minutes
Like
uses
Randall
and
doesn't
most
even average
likely
10. Randall
not.
averages 9 this year.
Yeah,
So
but we would rather Randall shoot than Hart. So I could see Hart cutting to the basket and trying to get rebounds that way too. That's why I was like, I think he's gonna be a little bit more aggressive. He may not get 10, but I think I could see him at 8 rebounds.
I could actually see him because we his minutes are gonna go up while Randall is out. That's cut and dry. Like he played 40 minutes. Did we play 40 minutes back to back games?
I don't think so. I thought he played 40
He
tonight
played
and then
40 the night
30,
before.
36 the night before.
Uh,
Hold on, I'll tell
yo,
you right now.
Now go back to the Unk's point.
Either
He
way,
played 40. He played 43 minutes tonight, and he played 39 the night before.
yeah. Well, yeah, what not? I mean, it's
Yeah.
so many injuries, of course.
And OG was
And
out for
Grimes
both, so it would have went down if
was hurt
OG
too.
played. Yeah.
And then plus you can expect.
No OG Freezie. So
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
yeah,
guys. That's what I mentioned. When guys are hurt, and then plus Grimes got hurt tonight. Is what I was saying. So,
yeah.
but so the thing is with that is, of course, we want him to rebound more because we don't have the guys to do it. And
Plus, we
so,
paying him for that too. So
yeah. So,
it's like you better give me them boards because we ain't
yeah,
paying him to score.
yeah, man. So, but the thing is about Grimes, like Miguel P said, Grimes. This is what Grimes said at the beginning of December, right? It feels like if I don't hit the shot, I'm coming out. So every shot I shoot probably weighs like 100 pounds if I don't make it. Right. Yeah. And he's
I
right.
mean, and that actually happened.
Right. And at the time when he said it, it looks selfish, but Tom Thibodeau made the right decision. Clearly. Because without Grimes in the starting lineup, you see where the Knicks are today.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I
Well.
know
Hold on,
part
Freezie.
of that got to, Dre, come on, bro. Yeah, let me finish my point. I just
All
want
right,
to
I'll let you cook.
Yeah, let me finish my point. And clearly OG Anunoby had something to do with that, along with Precious Achua, right? But a lot of that had to do with a backcourt developing chemistry also. Like Brunson and DiVincenzo playing together is probably the future of New York Knicks basketball. The Knicks put up a stat when about Brunson and DiVincenzo playing together in the backcourt, and both of them are playing better than their normal averages. Where DiVincenzo is shooting higher from the floor, and 45. Dante DiVincenzo before
Mm-hmm.
tonight was shooting 45% from three in the backcourt with Jalen Brunson.
Mm-hmm.
45%.
And 48 from mid range.
I was gonna say even after they made the move, the defense was trash because RJ was still in the lineup along with Brunson and
That
the
too.
defense was still trash for a month.
That too.
It was still trash in December when they made the move. So
Yeah.
I think it has more to do with OG just being like a connector player that makes like, OG slots people back into where they need to be in so many ways on both ends.
Right.
I
That
just like
he
I like
makes the
OG's.
parts work. So
The thing that I think besides just like if you don't even have size or muscle, whatever, let's just actually look at what OG brings. OG to me is a little bit more physical to where he's getting these calls, actually getting like more physical, attacking the basket. A lot of times he's being more his aggressiveness is actually helping us out.
he has a
So
reputation, so he can get away with more
that's what I'm saying.
physicality.
So he has skills and stuff that RJ didn't have that we can use to our advantage, and he's just fitting in perfectly. So not just with the size and the skill set, he has other things he's also bringing that he can get away to help us out with our defense, and I appreciate that because if we had RJ doing what he was doing, he would have never been traded.
So for me,
and
I think the
I'm sorry.
fact that we have two guards in Brunson and in DiVincenzo, who we both got for cheap and who both are stepping up to where we have two guards above 40%, that's a very dangerous threat going into the playoffs.
I was gonna say there's a statistic. There's only 6 players in the league with 100 threes made, shooting above 42% from three, and then they have two of them in the backcourt. Two of
Right.
the six.
So wait, so we got 2 out of 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have two
So
of the
we have
six
a third of the top. Okay, do you see why I
top
say
shooters
this
in the
is
league right now.
important for us to actually pay attention to what is going on? This is on some. I hate to say this, but this is
I
to
think
me
we have the
like
new
Golden
Splash
State.
Brothers, Freezy.
That's what I was gonna say. Golden State, the Splash Brothers, when they first started to emerge. That's what it's like for us
Freezy
because
said that in the beginning.
Oh, I
Yeah.
missed that. I missed that part.
yeah,
I
because if you
wasn't there
look
for
at
that.
it, look at how DiVincenzo's shooting. He's shooting high, catch, shoot, spin. Where Brunson's doing on off ball, controlling the offense. This is on a whole nother level, and I really think that with what we have, it's a wrap, man. Grimes, whether Grimes is happy or not, I think he's gonna get it together and actually work it out to where we don't need to trade him. What we need to do is what we need to do is find someone to keep everything consistent and balanced. And we have the players here because DiVincenzo stepped up. Chua stepped up. There's a lot of players we have. We just gotta let these guys develop and have faith in them because they're showing us something that is gonna be beautiful.
You know what's funny, Cowboy Bob? I said the same thing about RJ.
I'm sorry, what?
You said the same thing about RJ.
I said the same thing about RJ.
No. Corey has said the same thing about RJ. Like,
Oh, okay. But no, but see, this is what I'm saying. If you look at everything that has changed since the trade, it's not just about one player. Everybody's on the same page. It's like Hart is out there doing whatever Hart is doing, giving the energy. It's helping someone else to do less of what they normally have to do and contribute more of something that we need, whether it's
I,
rebounding, defense, we need minutes on the floor, we need stoppage. Because if you notice, even though Dre, you did say our offense has stagnant periods for 2 to 4 minutes, we're gonna
that's
be on and
that's
off
it.
sometimes. But if you notice, it's not as consistent as it was before. Because earlier in the season, we had 6 to 8 minutes to where we were
No, no,
having
no, no,
struggling
no,
periods.
no.
Yes, we did. We had
No, no,
because
no,
if you
no,
look,
no, 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 no. The reason why you're noticing it a little bit different now, our offense was consistent before
yes,
because we had more playmakers or guys willing to be aggressive. Like
yes.
we're missing aggression from like IQ and RJ, for example. But the reason why you're not missing it as much is because this defense is ratcheted up to a point where even if we there's been instances where we play teams where we go on 4 minute stretches not scoring a single point and they can't even come back in the game because they're also not scoring
That's what I mean.
because we're
No,
locking
those
them
are
up.
Deuce McBride minutes. Those are Deuce
Yeah,
McBride minutes.
yeah.
But Drake,
That's those are Deuce McBride minutes, fellas. I'm just saying.
no, but
Exactly. That's my point. Yeah.
that's the point that I was trying to make. See, the adjustments that we are making as a team, because even in the beginning of the season, we didn't have all the set players that we have now. We still made the adjustments, and on top of that, we're actually doing it to where our defense is holding up. Because if you remember, look at the Orlando game. The Orlando game, we played against Orlando. We had a good lead. They brought it within 10, and then at the last 2 minutes, boom, it just went
Offense
all.
stagnated because we just didn't have
But
another
it was stagnated throughout the game as well, though. It stagnated
because
twice. It
because
stagnated
because
in the third quarter and it stagnated in the fourth. And we
because
got
Deuce
back into the
McBride
game.
was our starting point guard. That's why.
But see, this is what I'm saying. We're making the adjustments to where now I think we need to just let these guys rock. Because
Uh,
if dog,
Not in
we're
the playoffs.
14 and
You
2,
can't
Dre.
you can't let Deuce McBride rock in the playoffs
Dude, we're
because we
14
were
and 10.
hold on. That sound good. They sound real good. But if you remember Game 6, we were up 14. We decided to let Deuce McBride rock, and the lead was gone in no time. And we
They
were
cut the
playing
lead to 4. They cut the lead to 4 in like what, 2 minutes?
freezing. And at that time,
2 minutes, like
and
two
at
to
that
three less
time,
than.
and at the time, we were playing damn good defense, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter when your offense stagnates to the point where you're creating fast break opportunities. Like for instance, the Miami Heat outscored us by so much in fast break opportunities and a lot of those were Deuce McBride minutes.
Yeah.
They
No,
couldn't they
no,
couldn't
oh,
score
no.
in any
It
other
a
way.
lot of it was don't forget Obi. A lot of it was the Obi too, because I don't know
No,
if
no,
y'all
no, no,
remember.
no, no, no.
Yeah.
I was talking about the last Miami Heat game. Not.
Bro, I
Oh,
understand. I
okay.
understand what
I
you're
got you.
saying. I know. I get it.
Okay.
I get it. I get it. But what I'm saying is in that moment that you're mentioning, don't
Yeah.
forget the Kevin Love rebound over Josh Hart and the
Oh my
outlet that
God.
he threw to Jimmy Butler, who caught the pass over. Bro, he threw a pass to Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy Butler mossed Obi Toppin and got a layup. In that moment that you're talking about,
Huh?
right? And that
Fact.
same, remember when the lead shrank? That was what the second quarter, the beginning of the second quarter. That was the beginning of the second quarter. Emmanuel quickly was out due to injury, right? And Kevin Love grabbed the rebound over Josh Hart, which there's nothing wrong with that. We
Precious would have fouled the hell out of Jimmy Butler.
yeah, yeah, and yeah,
Precious
and
would have
yeah,
clobbered him.
yeah, or pick the pass up. Remember, Precious is a pretty good athlete, bro.
He's a good athlete, but he's also a hard fouler too.
Yeah. But if you're Obi Toppin, right? If you're first of all, if you're Obi Toppin, what are you doing leaking out when Kevin Love is a rebounder, right? Like all these things we have to take into account. Why do you leak out all the time? At least sometime can you fight for a rebound? Sometime, right? It was like all these. It was like a patchwork thing of plays that because that wasn't all Deuce's fault, but it was a lot of it was Deuce's fault, right? He couldn't get an offense into rhythm to get a good
The
shot,
floor
and
balancing turned terrible
right,
every
and
second he got on
we
it.
were forced to put up bricks, and then Kevin Love would corral the rebound on those bricks and throw outlet passes down the floor in transition against our transition defense, where the small guy Josh Hart is contending for the rebound, and the big guy is leaking out trying to get home run dunks
And
in the playoffs.
I was gonna say Freezy, like BT. In theory, you could be like, oh, you can get away with doing that for 3 4 minutes. We lost Game 6 because of that 3 minute
That, yeah,
stretch.
yeah.
You can't just say you can live with
Fact.
that. No, you can't. You can't.
Dre,
Every
I'm gonna
minute
give you,
matters. You can't live with that. I'm
Dre,
sorry, you cannot live with that.
I'm gonna say you were right about the offense being a little bit stagnant. But
It
before,
wasn't a little bit. It was
hold on,
terrible.
I'm
It
gonna
was
prove to
terrible.
you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna prove it to you based off of the stats that I've seen. But when Mitchell was out, we were averaging 114. Since the trade, we are now at 113 as a team offensively. And even before we did the trade, we were at 114. You were right about our defense is holding the line. But what I'm still telling you is, regardless of what you say, our offense has stagnated, but this has to be at least a good period of 2 to 4 minutes to where we're going to have problems through games. Defense makes adjustments. We're going to be missing shots. You have to plan for that. And Tibbs has made enough adjustments to where it's not 2 or 3 times in the first half or in the second half. Look at our turnovers tonight. We literally had one turnover in the fourth quarter. Like, where's
We
this
were
coming
leading,
from?
but I'm saying we were leading the league in turnovers since the OG trade. This that
13 though,
that.
but see,
I'm
we
saying
started
this is
off
an
with
outlier
13
night
and
compared
then
to
we went
what
to 16 and now we're back down to going down to 14, 15 to where we were. We were 16th in turnovers as with 13, went up to 16.
you know. Hold on, time out. Since the OG trade, we led the league in turnovers.
Yeah.
Period.
Wait. We led the league?
Yes,
Okay,
in
my
that time
apologies then.
period when we got OG, because there was
Okay.
just a lot of lack of chemistry at the time. We didn't really know how to play all that well together. I think we cut out a lot of the turnovers,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we
but
have.
but in the last month we were very 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 high in turnovers
Yeah,
per game.
that's what I was trying to say. And I was trying to show you, see, even the small adjustments and the big adjustments, there's a lot of things going on right now that we're not seeing until it's game time. And it's productive because at the end of the day, we're 14-2.
And a lot of those turnovers were because we were running the offense through McBride
Yep.
in
And
that
we was
time.
also and we were turning it over in fast transition as well too. Because a lot of the times we'll get under the basket and then stop and it'll be a travel or we would end up getting charges because a Hart would go
Yeah,
too aggressive.
a
Yeah.
lot of times Deuce would get into the teeth of the defense and then forget what to do,
Mm-hmm.
then kick it back out instead of just look for a shot.
But
Exactly.
but the thing is, like I said, I'm only scared about getting a new player because small adjustments,
Hey,
large
look, man.
Wow.
adjustments.
No, 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 no,
Wow.
no, no, no,
We've
no.
been consistent. If y'all, let's be real, we have been consistent and have improved. It's been little
Are
to
you
big.
telling me? Hold on. Are
Here we
you
go.
telling me if you plugged in Brogdon for Deuce McBride right now, we wouldn't be better on offense? Are you telling me that?
I don't think so.
You're crazy.
You're
Let me
tripping.
okay. Let me
You're
explain
crazy.
why. Because there's
You're
more
actually
to
crazy.
just being plugged in
There's
than
no
just
explanation.
contributing
You can't
offense.
explain this.
You can't
Brogdon,
just
Can
hold
I
be
on,
say
time
something?
out, time out,
Dre,
time out.
Dre, Dre.
Brogdon shoots literally
Ah,
just as well as Deuce McBride, and he's a better point guard. Period.
hands
This is
you
not
down.
even up for debate. This is not even
okay.
up for debate.
Again, like I said, you can contribute more than outside of offense because here's the thing. You said Brogdon's a better shooter. How long is it going to take him to incorporate himself into the system to where he can understand everything? One, two,
He
as well as McBride. McBride just signed a contract to where the team actually shows they're going to back him up and let him ride. Why would
that
they mess with
contract
his
is
growth?
very, very cheap. It's not stopping you from making any move.
But then they would
It's
have did
$2
exactly what
billion.
they did to Grimes and not sign him. That's the whole point
That
I'm
man
trying to
is
say.
making like
They're trying
$3 million,
to
boss.
they're
That's
showing. No,
nothing.
I'm not making a valid point. I'm showing you literally what I see. Whether you agree with it or not, I'm okay with it. I'm showing you that the Knicks believe in McBride enough to not get rid of him. They would rather get rid of Grimes than McBride. So I think that there's something to McBride because he has stepped up. He struggled, but lately he stepped up. He's putting in that work with defense. He's hitting threes. I'm even surprised. Like now when I see him shooting, he might come up off the bench and be a 35, 37% three-point shooter, like Isaiah Joe from
He's
OKC.
shooting better than that. But here's the thing.
But see, that's another 40% three-point shooter
He's a
we're getting. Why
his
would we get rid
contract
of him?
his contract is a safety policy. Like it's insurance in case something goes wrong and you actually have to play him and he's under contract and he's easy
But
and he's
Dre,
cheap.
you just
He
said it. He's shooting better than
I put it
37%
this
from
way. I
three.
put it this way. I put it this way, DBT. If the Knicks win a championship, it won't be Deuce McBride playing 10 minutes in the playoffs. I can guarantee you that.
But Dre, this is the thing. If you get Deuce McBride to come in and you just said he's shooting better than 37% from three, if you could get him to come in, hit one or two threes
He's
in a
shooting
two.
40 something, like 45% from three.
Okay, so he's shooting 45%. You get him into a rhythm the way he comes in and he's just only shooting three or four shots. You're good because he's contributing to where when Brogdon, now Brogdon, wait,
You need
hold on. Let me
more than
tell you.
that though. You need more than that. You don't need just
I'm
shooting.
saying, I'm, I'm saying right now with the current team that we have, you're not gonna go out and just have him try to be the next DiVincenzo or try to be the next Grimes. What I'm simply trying to say is you want McBride, his to me, his betterment to the team is what he contributes. The fact that he's
Right.
above 40% shooter to me contributes more than Brogdon's offense because when you bring
No,
no, let me
no.
finish.
Can I say something? Dre, Dre,
Let
Dre.
me finish. When you bring in McBride, he's a defensive specialist. So a lot of times when he gets his open look, he would be more open than Brogdon would. Where Brogdon would get contested. You cannot tell me that that's not true. To where that McBride has better shots because most people don't see him as a three-point threat right now.
Are we comparing Malcolm
He,
Brogdon to Deuce McBride?
he thinks Deuce McBride fits better than Malcolm Brogdon.
No, I'm not. I'm saying right now,
Are
as the
you
team
saying
is
that for the sake? Are
constructed,
you saying that for the sake of furthering the conversation, or is that what you actually believe in
no,
basketball?
I'm doing it for both because I actually believe that they would
No,
have never
no, it's
signed him.
no. Not saying no. I'm not asking you for both. I'm asking you, is it to help the conversation, or is this what you believe?
This is what I believe.
Okay, okay, okay.
There's no um,
Can I say?
Cowboy Bob.
Can I,
Oh, go ahead, Corey. Corey, you ain't said nothing. Go ahead, Corey. My fault.
yeah, bro. I'm telling you right now. In the last 6 games I've watched, 6 games I've watched, where Deuce McBride has come in the game, the lead has dwindled every time to the point where Tom Thibodeau has called a timeout and brought back in Jalen Brunson. It is not a. It's a shot. It's not. I'm telling you right now, he's knocked down some big shots. He's had his moments, but it's a fact. listen, when we had Randall, he couldn't get Randall into the offense. You know what I'm saying? Without Randall, he still can't get the offense going. You understand what I'm saying? Malcolm Brogdon would, and I'm not even a big fan of Malcolm Brogdon. Malcolm Brogdon would knows as a veteran point guard how to call a play, get everybody in position, get them moving around. And it's not even about the scoring part of it, or it's about getting the other people the ball. Your first job as a point guard is to get the other people the ball. You know what I'm saying? At least that's what it's supposed to be, as far as I know. You know, in today's game it may have changed, but if
It's
you
about
think that
it's
that's going to
about
be
raising the floor of your teammates. That's what a point guard's supposed to do,
exactly,
and he can't do that just yet. And when you put him out there in lineups with Grimes and Josh Hart and Precious Achua or Sims, you're putting yourself behind the eight ball in terms of getting into your offense and creating consistent offense. Like the only time we look decent off the bench is when he's a flamethrower from three, because otherwise, when he's not hitting his threes, he's not getting us anything else on the offensive end. And it is a 5-on-5 game. Brogdon will help the entire five on the court better than Deuce would on offense. Now there might be a giveaway on the defensive end because while Brogdon is a very good defender, he's not the same defender Deuce is. But Deuce is not while Deuce is a good shooter, Brogdon shoots damn near the same percent from three, while being a better scorer, a better initiator, a better passer, a higher IQ player, just because of the fact that he's a veteran. Like you could play him next to Deuce McBride because Deuce can shoot the three at a high level. Like it might be one of those things where Deuce or Grimes are situational based on the lineup. Like if you're playing against a small unit, then you put Deuce out there to guard the opposing team's guard. If you're playing against a big lineup, then you put Grimes in, right? Over Deuce. But it's one of those things where when we talk about Brogdon, his skill set is transferable to hosts of teams. If you're noticing the moves that we're making, we're targeting guys that you can plug in and not think about. You could put OG on damn near any team in the league and you're gonna get the same thing. Around 15 points, 40% from three, and elite defense. You plug Brogdon in on any team, you're gonna get around 15 points, 40% from three,
Yep.
around 5 assists,
Yep.
and solid defense. We're,
Okay.
we're we're targeting a specific type of player, and those
Okay.
types of players that we're targeting plug in next to Jalen Brunson. Like I mentioned, Brogdon very well will be in closing lineups next to Jalen Brunson if you were to target a guy like that.
I
Solely
say
off the fact because remember we would be like, why doesn't Quickly close more games with Jalen Brunson? Because he's a 6'3", a buck 80 guard. That's why he doesn't.
but
When you put in Brogdon out there, they can play tit for tat off of each other because their skill sets, funnily enough, they mirror each other. It's just Brunson is just better. That's just
the
plain.
only
Brunson is just better.
the only problem, and actually two reasons why I said I believed it was because they re-signed McBride, and I don't think that they would have been giving
They
Vincenzo a
didn't
chance to
re-sign
figure it
McBride. They
out.
extended him.
I mean, they
They
extended him.
extended him.
Sorry, they extended him, and they
Mhm.
also given DiVincenzo a bigger role to see what he's doing. I think that they don't want to mess with that right now because they're still seeing what that is. But you made your points. Good job. I made my
I
piece.
think Dante's role is the same. It's just the injuries have increased his role. If he
No,
didn't have the injuries, he'd be taking the same 9 shots a game
but what I'm
or eight
saying
shots a
is if
game.
you add Brogdon, most likely, like you just said, he's going to be a better closer towards Brunson towards the end of games, and they're going to use him more. So most likely, DiVincenzo is going to take a back seat if they get Brogdon.
DiVincenzo takes a back seat to Josh Hart when we close games out, if you notice. So like
Why
it,
do you
it,
gotta? Why you gotta hurt me? I was up. I
it's
was
just
with
a
you till
reality.
last.
Sometimes I want Dante to play more minutes, and then you look up, Dante got 23 minutes in the game. He doesn't come in to finish the game. It is what it is. When we're healthy, he just doesn't.
Okay. Like I
And
like I
and the
said.
net and to Tim's point, the net rating favors heart in OG lineups. Like it works.
Yeah, because we're
Now,
sixth
however
in
you think it works,
rebounding,
I think it works because OG is just that good defensively. So
and we
he
would.
works next to anyone.
Yeah, and we're also sixth in rebounding since he's got in. We moved from 8th to 6th, and we basically are one rebound away from averaging one rebound more to being in the first spot for that. So that actually is impressive.
It's impressive. It's more impressive that because we're not like one of those high paced teams either. You got to take that into account. We'd get more rebounds if you played at a faster pace. There'll
Another
be
thing
more
people don't
opportunities to
realize is
get boards
the
if we play
offense.
faster.
We look at the offensive rebounding. Like we're killing everybody on the second chance opportunities. So keep it up.
We didn't tonight, I don't think.
No, no,
But
no, no. It was pretty even. It was just back and forth to me. That's what it looked like.
the Jazz are a high offensive rebounding team. If I think so, us playing them pretty to an even draw is cool by me. I don't care. I think tonight was one of those games where it's like I think we were just better than them or better coached than them, and it let out. And we also had a Jalen Brunson, and they did not. So
Did I
that's
just hear you say Tibbs out
part.
coach somebody?
Tibbs out coaches a lot of guys. There aren't. This is the thing. Like I've never said Tibbs was never a good coach. I never said that. Tibbs is a very good coach. In fact, Tibbs, there aren't 5 coaches better than Tibbs.
I'm gonna go have me a slice of humble pie. I'll be right back.
The problem is when you get into the playoffs, you're going against the guys that are better than Tibbs. Those guys usually go far in the playoffs. The only guys that are better than him. There aren't too many guys better than Tibbs. Freezy, is Tibbs a top 3 Knicks coach all time?
Interesting.
Not now.
Hey, that is so interesting. As a matter of fact, that is so interesting. I think I might do a short video on that.
Ooh.
I know how you feel about Jeff Van Gundy, so that's why I threw it out there.
Yeah, Jeff Van Gundy is a earthworm, bro. Jeff Van Gundy is an earthworm, bro. Every time I see him, all I think about is a slimy thing eating dirt. That's all. That's how I think. That's how I feel about Jeff Van Gundy.
Hugging on Alonzo's leg.
Bro, man, he looks like a tapeworm. You know, Jeff Van Gundy works for the Boston Celtics.
Boston Celtics, right? Yeah. Him and Mark Jackson.
Yeah, I just can't bring myself to appreciate the greatness of Jeff Van Gundy, right?
Because I know Red Holtzman and Pat are there, but the third, who do you put that through?
Hubie Brown took a bunch of nothings, and no disrespect to those guys because they, but Hubie Brown took a bunch of Knicks teams, bro, that were nobodies and got something out of it. He Tom Thibodeau'd his way to playoff success.
Freezy, if they let Don Nelson keep coaching, what do you think he would have done instead of firing him?
I think Don Nelson probably would have ushered in an era of. I think he would have eventually got Steve Nash to New York. I think he would have eventually turned this team into a Steve Nash, Peja Stojakovic type team, except in New York. I think we'd have been so far. This team has really, in theory, has never been a Euro team ever. Like, do you ever remember this team in all the years that you've been watching Knicks basketball? Do you remember this team ever being a heavy Euro team?
I only remember Gallinari.
We drafted Kristaps.
And
Gallinari.
Yeah, those
you're
are
right.
funny too. That's what I'm saying. Like,
shout out to Mingdauskas Kuzminkas.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not saying that the Knicks never had Euros on the roster.
The play style.
But I'm talking about the play style.
No.
Hell no.
We've always had we've had an old school either defense or post game. We never
played Western Conference ball.
We just started shooting threes.
Or for an example, for an example, some of the offensive sets you see the Celtics run
Yeah.
is Euro style, right? Some of the sets, I'm not saying they're all in Euro. No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is in those close matchups, man, where like I watched the Pistons jump out on a lead on the Celtics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And instead of the thing I like about the Celtics coach is the Celtics coach was like, wait a minute, they're in the game because they have better athletes that are less skilled, right? That's why they're in this game with us. So instead of getting into an athletic track meet with athletes, how about we slow this thing down and show off the skill of Tatum and Brown and Porzingis and Derek White. Derek White played in a Euro style in San Antonio for a long time. And bro, and when you saw guards coming down off the perimeter, back screening so bigs can come up to the elbow, you're like, did they just send a guard to set a
Freezie,
big man screen?
he played for Coach Bud, which was a pop. Drew Holiday played for Coach Bud, which was a part of Pop's tree.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
he came from the Bucks playing a lot of that style of play
yeah.
that
And
got
so
us
and
in motion.
right, and you
He
know
said,
how
"God, listen,
Boston
more
beat
thing."
how Boston got that game to overtime is because they stopped trying to out jump and out sprint Detroit, which you don't understand how athletic Detroit is until you watch them. But Detroit is like a power puncher that can't land his power shot. That's like what Detroit is like watching Deontay Wilder right now.
Against a good boxer.
Yeah. Like they
Mm.
have something, they just can't get to it. You know what I'm saying? And so Boston was like, yo, you know what? Instead of starting Porzingis on a block and having him run a diagonal screen up top for the pick and roll, I'm sorry, for the pick and pop, so that I could throw the lob to Jaylen Brown off the diagonal screen that was set by Porzingis. What we'll do is flood the paint, right? But bring our big man out so that you can't put a big on Porzingis 25 feet away from the rim. And now Porzingis is shooting jump shot threes over the top of a 6'8" athlete. And it don't matter because Porzingis is 7'3".
7'2". Oh, he's
Yeah,
three.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is. Right. And so with that said, the whole Don Nelson thing, it's as simple as with Don Nelson, you would have had to trade Pat Ewing, right? Because they would not have been able to coexist. Because Patrick Ewing, at his essence, even though he was aged, was the epitome
Of a Euro.
of
big.
I'm talking about when he came into the league. He was the epitome of the athletic player.
Oh, okay. Because I thought when he got older and got more skilled,
He
a lot
did.
of his stuff became Euro. A lot of that mid-range jumper.
Hooks.
But Pat,
He actually came up with a hook.
But remember, Pat was a athlete that was skilled.
Yeah.
He was not a skilled player that was athletic. You know what I'm saying? So he wasn't. So Pat was probably akin to a LeBron, and he wasn't as great as LeBron. But y'all understand what I'm saying about a superb athlete with basketball skills, whereas Nelson would have preferred Pat to be a Turkaloo. And for those that remember, Hito Turkaloo. Yeah. Yeah, a skilled player with sneaky athleticism.
Played for the Sacramento Kings, Magic.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
nasty.
Speaking of which, Stojakovic's son is going to be in one of these drafts, bro.
What? He had a son?
Yeah.
His son is a baller.
Oh, I'm taking him.
His son is probably. I'm not gonna lie. His son might be better than him.
Who's the Argentinian again? Everybody.
Mike.
The
But
guy
then again,
from the
if
Spurs.
Peja was in this era, Peja would be looking ridiculous.
Who's the one from the
MVP,
Spurs again? I keep forgetting the one. Ginobili.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ginobili. Like I want to see his
a skilled player that was sneaky athletic.
Yup, like him. If you get one of those or a Peja, damn, you in a world of trouble with that type of skill set.
So the Tom Thibodeau a top 3 coach thing? is very intriguing because I think that man has won as a Knicks coach. He's won like what 100 and something games with the Knicks already?
Got to be more than that.
He's only had one losing season of 34
He's
wins.
coached the Knicks 4 seasons now.
Yeah, he only
Yeah.
had 134 losses. That was it.
So he should be at about 130, 150 wins, something like that with the Knicks.
154 and 128.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's
And so the bar, that means the bar is very low. If he's the third best coach, that means the bar is very low for
I
Knicks
mean,
coaches.
there's nuance to it.
Wow.
I
Yeah.
honestly think we fell in like a earthquake type hole and we didn't know how deep it was.
Now,
Because
if we're
we've been
talking
set
about,
back since, let's be real, 2013 was our last playoffs we really had. So
I was gonna
that's
say if we're talking about actual names that coach the Knicks, he's not a top 3 name.
I don't think Isaiah is one. I don't think that Phil. I
I
think
think
he's better than Phil. I think he's better than Isaiah. Y'all can sit there and say I'm
that's
crazy.
not. Oh, Phil never coached. Which Phil? Phil never coached the Knicks.
The Knicks, Phil.
Phil
Bill
who?
Collins.
No, I'm talking about like when he was in the front office and everything.
But he's
Phil
not a
Jackson.
coach. He was just a front office. He wasn't the coach.
That's what I'm talking about. I think he's better at doing him. When we had Isaiah and everybody, I think that Tibbs was
Isaiah
better.
coached the actual Knicks though.
I
Isaiah
know,
was
but
on the bench.
I still think that Tibbs did a better job than Isaiah and Van
Oh, I
Gundy.
mean, of course he did. Isaiah was dark days.
Yeah, but it wasn't. Yo,
It
just
wasn't completely his fault. It
yeah.
was
And
just-
in Isaiah Thomas's defense, bro, what's his name admitted it. Like every time he does an interview, he always admits that the Isaiah era wasn't his fault. It was his fault, right? Even when they questioned him
Who,
about
Scott Lane?
Ooh.
no, Jane, the owner Dolan. Dolan admits it every time. They asked him, what he thought about Matt Ishbia coming in and trying to build the Phoenix into a championship contender right away. And what he said, he was honest. He was like, owners like myself and Mark Cuban and others feel like just because you buy the team, you have a manifest destiny to win a championship because it's you. What you should do as a new owner, and these are James Dolan's words. He said, what you should do is hire the right people and not meddle. But human instincts tell you once you've paid so much for a thing, you have to be heavily involved. And he said, in NBA basketball, new owners make the same mistake because they make such a large financial investment. They feel like successes in other aspects of life means that you can be successful in the NBA, and nothing could be further from the truth. Right. And when he said that, and he says that often, he was like, yo, people, what about Isaiah? And he's like, yo, all Isaiah was doing is what I told him to do.
That's a
And
good example.
Isaiah, like, no, Isaiah took the franchise hostage from Dolan and just went rogue. No, he didn't. Isaiah did what James Dolan told him to do. That's what these dudes do. Leon Rose is legit doing what James Dolan wants him to do now.
And James Dolan just didn't know anything about basketball.
Because these guys are new. Remember,
But he
these
had
guys
ego.
are successful. They make their millions doing something else. And they bring their business logic to a professional sport, thinking, I have all this knowledge, so I'm going to do it this such and such way. This is how I made my billions to buy the team in the first place. And so they apply it, and then things go wrong. Right? And so Dolan admits that over the years, bro, he keeps admitting it over and over. It's not Isaiah's fault, it's my fault. The thing with because they was like, what about Isaiah? Yeah, what about Phil Jackson? That was my fault also.
Okay, I didn't know about that.
That was my fault also, trying to overcorrect.
Okay.
He's like, yo, he was like, yo, what he should have did is got an experienced team president and governor and let them run the team. And I'll give you an example. Dre, I'll give you an example of ownership coming to that conclusion and self-correcting. The Chicago Bears, right? The Chicago Bears legit, the owners would be making decision moves during games, making the team president, Ted, what's the name, make decisions on the fly because of what they saw in the game, right? But then McCaskey was like, yo, we getting too old for this. The Bears have been losers long enough. So what we'll do is we're gonna hire a guy and we're gonna shut the fuck up. And they hired Kevin Warren, right? They hired Kevin Warren as the person over the Chicago Bears. And now the owners don't do anything, right? And the year before that, they hired Ryan Poles, right, to be the guy, right? And just in that 2-year window of Ryan Poles and Kevin Warren, you see wholesale changes happening in Chicago, even to the point where they're thinking about building a stadium off the lakefront, right? Y'all know, Lee, you've been watching football long enough. You know we play on the lakefront, right? And what,
Oh yes, sir.
and what the lakefront does for all teams that play on the lakefront, you know who they are: the Cincinnati Bengals, the Cleveland Browns, the Chicago Bears, the Buffalo Bills, right?
Games be cold.
You can't have a team play winter games in unpredictable weather conditions. You can't, right? The Minnesota Vikings, you know why the Minnesota Vikings play indoors, right? You know, the Vikings started playing. They started playing indoors.
The weather got so bad that it ruined one of their stadiums, even though it was
the wind and the cold.
And so I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this because I assume, since I'm assuming that I'm older than everybody. Not that I know more. I'm just older, right? Just more experience. I'm not saying that I know more. I'm just saying I experience more. I remember when the Detroit Lions used to play outside. And they were trash. And they were trash, right? And so the Lions moved indoors. All of a sudden, they could go in one direction or the other. They could say, the Lions would say, hey, we're going to go all in on offense, right? The Vikings would say, man, we're going to go all in on offense, right? We're indoors on a fast track. So what we're going to use is we're going to use speed to our advantage. But Chicago plays on the lakefront, right? So the weather could legit change 6 or 7 times during the game. It could go from foggy to misty to snowing to windy, all in the same game. And if you're a coach, how do you game plan for that? But here's the thing. Kevin Warren knows that, right? And he knows the Bears hadn't had a great quarterback in ever, right? And the reason for that, the reason for that is not because the Bears can't find a quarterback. It's because putting a great quarterback in crazy conditions means you're taking away his superpowers and turning him to a subpar quarterback. And Ryan Poles, all of a sudden looks like a genius because there's no owner over his back telling him to trade his running back mid-game. We don't like him, trade him. It's the third quarter. What are y'all talking about? Bro, they legit told this dude to draft Mitch Trubisky, right? They're like, yo, we know y'all like Deshaun Watson. This is true fact. This is a fact. We know y'all like Deshaun Watson out of Clemson, right? We didn't know Deshaun Watson was a creep at the time, right? This is just coming out of Clemson. We know y'all like Deshaun. He's like, hey, we good right here. So what we plan on doing, and this was the plan, we're going to draft this safety out of LSU named Jamal Adams and trade back in the first round and get the quarterback, whoever's left, right? We like Deshaun Watson. That's who we want. If he's not there, maybe we can get Lamar Jackson in the second round, right? This is like their plan or whatever. They're like, no, we want Mitch Trubisky at all cost. So now you trade away all your assets and you get Mr. Biscuit, and Mr. Biscuit is playing outdoor in the elements, and he's trash. Right? And so you look at it, you're like, okay, so somebody in the organization has to go talk to the owners about not meddling. If you want to win, if you want to win, let your professional people build a winner. And then can you guarantee and can those professional people guarantee a championship? Of course not, because championships are unpredictable. Look at the Detroit Lions, how they lost Saturday. All they had to do was go for a 48-yard field goal. But the unpredictable part is we all know kicking field goals in San Francisco outdoors is a risky proposition. Whereas if that young kicker missed, then that 49ers offense that was already on the roll is getting the football right at about midfield.
It was really a 43-yarder, but
Oh, 43, yeah, 43.
it was
Yeah.
43. It was like
Okay.
40. They still should have kicked it in my mind.
Yeah, they should
Like
have kicked it.
I was gonna say, like, not to harp too long, but how do you be conservative before the half and to get a 17-point lead? You have the opportunity to get the same 17-point lead, but 8 minutes later, with less time in the game, and you go for it.
Right.
How does that make sense? If you're gonna go
It
for it, then
doesn't.
why you ain't go for it at halftime? Then
It doesn't. It doesn't make sense because they got conservative at the half and kicked the field goal to give them a 24-7 lead.
if they were conservative, the rest of the game they would have won that game.
Right. If they were conservative. Right. If they were but my point to the Knicks thing is I think a lot of Knicks fans blame Isaiah. The blame should really be on Dolan, and Dolan is willing to accept responsibility for his mistakes. He said it with the dude. What's the dude, the bald head dude that went to jail? That got the radio show?
Boy,
Boomer. It's Boomer and Carton.
Carton,
Yeah.
yeah.
Carton.
Yeah, he
Carton.
admitted it to him on the
Frank
radio.
Carton.
He was like the thing that the thing that young, or not young, but the mistake that new owners make is they meddle too much. They should hire the guys and get out of the way. But they don't, because they're so confident that they can take what they've learned in a multitude of other places and bring that to the NBA. And a lot of times it just does not work like you intended it to. And it sets you back.
Perfect example, draft day with Kevin Costner.
Yep. That's real life, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's real life. Owners are thinking about marketing and championships. And the owners don't care about the injury replacement for the second unit point. They don't care. The owners are concerned with market value, franchise value, championships. A whole bunch of anybody that has run a company, right? Anybody that runs a company knows stuff like they are concerned with stuff like the light bill, right? Do you know how much electricity these dudes have to pay for in the garden, bro?
$500,000 or a half.
Bro, I mean, like the owners are concerned about all these like micro thing or macro things, bro, that basically to sum it up, now that Dolan's out of the way and letting a basketball man run things, I think the Knicks are on their way. And I'm not saying that Dolan is a bad guy. What I'm saying, what he said made sense. That when it's like Lee, it's like you buying a brand new car, right? But you got to hire somebody else to drive everybody around, and you don't drive, and all you do is watch that happen. You watch the driver drive your family around, and you don't drive.
It's called a chauffeur.
Yeah, you like I want to drive. No, you can't drive, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So the thing about look at the owner from the Brooklyn Nets. Tell me the owner, Dre, realistically, right?
Both of their owners were trash, Prokhorov and Josiah.
Yeah, but look at their approach though. You legit somebody with a reasonable mind can't tell me that neither of those owners didn't put forth a crazy amount of resources to win a championship.
They tried to move hell and high water to cut the process short.
When they first got, and as soon as they got in the door, bro, they tried to move. Yo, the
Then when it
dude,
failed, they were like, "Oh hell nah."
yeah. Yeah, you remember what Prokhorov's first move was? Prokhorov's
He
first
bought a
move.
billboard right across from
No,
MSG.
I'm talking about roster move. I'm talking about
Oh,
roster
okay.
move. His first roster move was to trade a crazy amount of assets for a washed up and Karolinko. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember Karolinko?
'Cause that was his.
Yes,
That was his man.
sir.
Yeah.
Yo,
That was his
AK
Russian
Karolinko
man.
47.
was washed, bro. That was Karolinko then was like,
AK-47.
yeah, that was like trading 4 first-round picks for Taj Gibson right now.
That was nah. That was
Mhm.
like trading 4 first-round picks or like 5 first-round picks for Draymond right now. No,
Right
not Draymond.
now,
Wow.
yeah.
Draymond is better than Caroline was at that time.
Yeah, but it was important for them to build their brand in Russia, right? It was important for them to build a brand, right? Having Kirilenko, the Nets sold a ton of jerseys.
That man Prokhorov bought the team, was like, this is not worth the headache, and got up out of there in
And
like
he
5
talked
years.
and he talked trash too. He talked trash from the day when he stepped in to the day he left. He talked trash the whole time, bro.
Yep.
Because he thought his business mind could will the Nets to a championship.
Don't work like that.
But it don't work like that, bro. It
That's
don't
why
work like that.
That's why Steve Ballmer just bankrolling and putting bankrolling and putting guys in that know what they're doing and getting out the way.
Yeah.
And you could even see as some former players are having a hard time even coaching. So it's different. Like you
Shout
can't
out to
just
Jason Kidd.
Jason Kidd, I think he did a real good job with the Bucks, but the way he's in Dallas now, it's like they making him look like he don't know what he's doing.
He didn't do a good job with the Bucks either.
Yeah, Jason Kidd is inside man. Yo,
Wow.
Jason Kidd is inside man, bro. But to that point, so I'm glad Dre mentioned that. So what people don't know is the Milwaukee Bucks had a change in ownership, and what their owners did, and so did the Golden State Warriors, right? The Golden State Warriors and the Milwaukee Bucks did something that was different when their new ownership came in, right? So those two owners, right? They came in, they were like, "Yo, championships is number one. I don't care. I don't care." But what they did is they said, "We're going to get basketball people to run the stuff, and we're going to improve all the peripheral stuff around basketball. Like we're going to stop where we're going to get out of this green and red, right? Remember the green and red the Bucks used to wear? So as he got there, he was like, "Yeah, we're gonna try to sell jerseys. We're gonna try to make it family friendly." And they moved out of the place. They moved out of the Bradley Center into
To the
the
FedEx
Fiserv
Fiserv
Forum,
Forum. Yeah.
into the Fiserv Forum, and they said that they were gonna make this a technological wonder, and they did. When you go to the Fiserv Center now, it is the blueprint for what everybody else wants their arenas to be. Like I like legit when I used to go to Wizards game, I used to sit in a certain section because it was right off from the what's the name outside where you can go get your beer and your tacos and all that stuff. It's a certain section right off the rail where all you have to do is come out of your seat and bend around and it'll be like right off to your left. You walk past a bathroom and then there's the thing, right? And so I used to like sit in that section because I could fend for myself, go for what I know, right? But then all of a sudden, like when I'm, you know how you go through the metal detectors and all that stuff. You put the stuff in the little gray bin before you walk into the arena, and they have these things that says download our app for custom service and all that stuff. And I was like, I'm not downloading the Washington Wizards app. And so I saw a dude next to me, and they brought the stuff right to him. I was like, "What the?" I was like, "They bring the stuff straight to. Where's my stuff at?" He's like, "What stuff?" And I was like, "Yo, you get." So he's like, "Nah, I use the app." And I was like, "Oh snap! That's what the app is for." I thought the app was for propaganda, right? I legit couldn't. I couldn't let somebody see my phone light up with a Milwaukee Bucks. A Washington Wizards app on it. Right. But then when you think about the reason why you're downloading the app in Atlanta, in Orlando, in Charlotte, all that stuff come from the Fiserv Forum. Right. Where these dudes where they innovated. They like, yo, Don't worry about the long lines. We'll bring everything to you. And sure, the app is expensive, right? Not the app
Mm-hmm.
itself, but the stuff that you order on the app is going to be expensive, right?
Yep.
Like I ordered, I got 2 beers for me, and I got one for me and one for Uncle Fulio, right? And it cost me $32, right? But I was like, $32, god damn. But then when they walked by, everybody was looking at me getting my beer. People standing up, craning their neck. They're like, yo, who was that over there getting the beer bought to him? It's your main man, the number one chief rock in Knicks universe, Uncle Freezie, getting beers bought right to him, right? Instead of standing in line, missing games. You know how you hear you know how you be on the concourse in line and you can hear the dead ball clock, or you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
hear the
yeah, yeah,
echoes
yeah,
of everybody cheering and
yeah,
all
yeah,
that stuff. You're like, yo,
yeah.
what's going on? And they got the TVs up, right? So you can
Small screen.
yeah, so you can see, but it's like 30 people there at the TV. And so you're like, dang, man, what was it? So, and so I started downloading these apps in Orlando, in Atlanta. In Atlanta, no lie, I ain't gonna lie. And when I go to Atlanta games, bro, I always get the suites. And what I would suggest, if you go to a small market, don't pay $800. You and your man's paying $800 a piece just to sit courtside. Man, get a suite, right? Get a suite. You could probably put 15, 20 people in there, and you can eat like a king. You can eat. It'll be like coming to America in there, bro. Dre, you go to Charlotte, and I know you probably been to Charlotte games before in Charlotte, right? But what I'm saying is in those suites in Charlotte, bro, they treating you. It's like Wakanda in there, bro. Like motherfuckers look, and I know, and listen, this is hyperbole, but this is what it feel like. Every time you walk, like the model chicks walking in front of you throwing rose petals on the floor and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like Dre in Atlanta, they had a hot dog rack, and I told Lee this before, bro. You have no idea how many types of hot dogs there are, bro. From sausage to you have no
Wait,
idea how many types of wieners there are until you legit go to a game and they have the roller, and the roller is about probably from where you're sitting on your bed to the dresser. That's how long the hot dog heater is.
what?
Yes.
Wow.
All types of Franks, bro.
Broadsworth,
Yeah, bro.
Doodle,
Yeah, and
blood, blood
bratwurst,
sausage.
sausage.
They had blood sausage.
Bro, when I was in Atlanta, bro, they had everything you wanted.
Oh man, I gotta go.
And all types of breads, bro. They like got the conventional fair hot dog buns, and they're all the way down to the soft brioche ones where you touch them.
The
They so
soft
soft when you touch
bread,
them, you put a
yes.
dent in them.
Gluten free.
Bro.
Or the potato toasted bread. Oh my god.
Yeah, man. Bro, you have no idea how many different types of mustards there are, bro. When you get in the suite, I swear to God, bro. I swear to God, I was like, yeah, where the mustard at? She was like, that's them down there. And I looked,
Wait,
and there was like 30 different types of mustard. Yo,
them
You
sound
know,
like a
and
gang. Wait,
You
hold
probably
up.
were getting dizzy just trying to pick one.
Them?
bro, they have a mustard with honey in it, dog. A mustard with honey in it.
I heard a spicy mustard, but wow, okay.
Cowboy Bob, they have a thing called mustard with honey in it, like a honey mustard type thing, bro.
Oh, that sounds so delicious.
Bro,
All right, I think we're gonna have to plan a trip to ATL.
bro, but it's not just ATL that be like that. It'd be Charlotte. Charlotte is like that. Charlotte, we had a chef, bro. No lie. Uncle Fulio came on the show twice, and Uncle Fulio and Staffordon, bro, both of us. We were telling everybody about the Charlotte game, where the chef was like, Uncle Freezie, what you gonna do, bro? You holding up the line? I was like, he's like, how you like your steak? I was like, yo, still moving. He was like, okay, I got you. Right, I got you. He was like, yo, you just wanna warm it up, huh? Yeah, yeah. So, bro, and the stuff that go with, Lee, I ate asparagus in public, bro.
Wait,
Real
you ate a
real
green
asparagus?
vegetable?
Huh?
You ate a vegetable like
In public,
asparagus?
bro.
I
In
can't
public.
even eat that. That ooh.
In public,
Yo,
bro. I was sitting next to Monkey
yo,
Dog. I got the picture in my phone.
yo, this is funny. This is funny. Yo, this is funny for somebody who told me. He said if he saw me eat a glizzy, he slap it out my head.
No, no, no. The way that you said you was gonna eat the glizzy, bro. Yo, come on, bro. You know I ain't eat no glizzy like that in public, bro. You know I cut that thing into
I'm
4 different
playing with
pieces,
you.
bro. You know what I'm saying? Yo, bro, they
You
had
making me want to get some potatoes, man. I want to see what kind of potatoes they got.
they
Mashed
grilled
potatoes.
the potatoes in front of you. They had a potato station.
Oh,
They
yo,
had you could have got hash browns, you could have got au
French
gratin,
fries.
you could have got
fries.
the squares, you could have got them deep fried.
You
Bro, I'm
you,
telling you,
you,
like
you
when you
gotta
go,
if you eat a glizzy, you gotta break it in pieces and then put it in your hand and shake it like it was sunflower seeds, and then
yeah,
eat that.
Oh
bro,
man,
I'm telling you,
You
I
can't
ate the
eat it.
glizzy with a fork, bro. You know me, I don't play no games, but people be having cameras, bro. People got cameras in their phone. You think I'm gonna be on the internet, bro?
They
Lee,
gonna
you
have
think
you
I'm
in
gonna be on the
4K.
internet like, no, no, bro,
Oh God,
nah,
it's
Everybody
too
bro.
early in
catching
the
them
morning for
slipping.
I stand in the
this.
corner, look around, make sure nobody see me.
If they
That's
catch
why,
Freezy
yeah,
slipping, then he's
bro,
slipping.
yeah, right.
Oh God.
Yo, bro, I'm telling you, bro, it's when you go to these games, bro, and I know and it's on a Dolan thing, right? I'm using the Dolan point, right? About how the owner's approach to stuff impacts winning. What I'm saying
Mhm.
is some of these places have taken the approach where it's better to be out of sight and out of mind as the owner and let the personalities and TV people be the face of your organization, right?
Hmm.
And so the thing about that is like when you go to Orlando, Orlando is so family friendly, bro. The mascot walked up to me and took a picture with me. The Orlando mascot, the big green
Yeah, the
thing or
bozo,
whatever.
magic bozo, whatever. The buzzer.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He took a picture with me. Like,
Oh dang.
yeah, and so and the thing is and he did, and it wasn't just me because I'm sure he didn't know who I was with all the Knicks stuff on, right?
Hmm.
But he does that, and he was doing that to everybody coming down the road, just walking up to people taking pictures.
You know what? I think I am going to go to a smaller market because it seems more enjoyable to
You
enjoy the
get
game,
more
not just
bang
for
for
the
your
money.
buck. You
Yeah,
get more
yeah,
bang
like you
for
get
your
Oh
more
buck.
yeah,
for your
yeah.
Entertainment
buck and you
value,
can
bro.
relax. Because
Yo,
I
when
can't.
no lie, y'all remember Adam, right? Classic man, Adam. Remember Adam used to come on
Mm-hmm.
with the wild trade ideas.
To die
Trade,
for now.
trade for Steph Curry and Dame Lillard and bring them off the bench. Adam, yo, Adam was there. Adam can vouch that when we was that Paolo Banchero game that he blew by all those Knicks defenders during the dead balls, during the dead ball timeouts or whatever, or the break and play, they would have their mascot reliving um um culture episodes, right? Like legit, we were like, I think the Orlando Magic had went on a run, and then we heard the glass break, psh, dun, 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 and the mascot was coming out the back, Stone
Hmm.
Cold Steve Austin style,
Oh snap.
on a jumbotron, right? You like, yo. Some of these places, bro, like it's better for the owner to be out of sight and out of mind and
Yeah.
have it be just a good product and let the basketball people do all the basketball stuff. But New York wasn't like that, bro. New York was all in the tabloids with this owner we were all in the tabloids, man. Beef with the media, all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And we didn't win and we were frustrated. And there was a reason why we were frustrated because the owner is not a basketball man. The owner is a businessman, right? And so that's the
Trying to be.
reason why that's the reason why the teams that took that approach, the Joe Lacobs of the world knows he's a Golden State Warriors fan. He's a Golden State Warrior. Y'all remember when they introduced him as the owner of the Golden State Warriors? You remember that man broke down and cried
Yeah.
because they booed
Mm,
him because his first official move was to trade Monte Ellis. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
mm.
And they were like, the new owner
Wow.
of the Golden State Warriors. And they booed him to death because they traded a fan favorite in Monte Ellis. Right. And then on that night, and that same thing with him up there with tears in his eyes, he guaranteed them a championship. If y'all think I'm BSing, go back, Google that moment for Golden State. He promised them a championship, right? He's like, I promise you, we're going to bring a championship, and we're going to do everything in our power to bring you guys a championship. They booed that man, bro. They booed that man so much that he cried right there in front and just broke down. He couldn't help it, right? Because he living his dream as a Golden State Warriors fan who finally had the money and the opportunity to buy the Warriors, and his first thing in front of the fans, they booed him. Bro, and I don't have to tell you what happened after that because y'all know what happened after that. Right? But the thing is when have you seen, bro, meddling owners from day one, they don't make it, bro. You gotta buy the team and move out of the way.
Very few do it though.
Right. Look at
There's
Very
only
few
one.
do it at first.
right. Look at the Pistons. You know the Pistons have a new owner, right? You know,
No,
y'all know
I didn't know that.
the Pistons have a new owner. He's been their owner for what, 2 years? And look at the Pistons over these last 2 years, bro.
Wow.
Dumpster fire.
They gave Monty all that damn money.
Yep. A lot of that has to. People are blaming Troy Weaver, like Troy Weaver don't know what he's doing, bro. When you leave the man alone, the man drafts well, right? If you leave him alone, bro, they are all right. But when you have somebody telling you what to do, bro, y'all ain't never played owner mode on 2K.
Yeah.
You know the owner be asking you some weird thing like, "Yo, I want a big 3." He's like, "A big 3?" Yeah, come on, bro.
Or they say, "Oh, I want to turn your center into
Hey, Freezie,
a
I'm
combo
gonna
guard,
hop
in a
off.
combo center where he can shoot 3-pointers." And you're like, "What?"
I'll holler at y'all boys later, man.
Have a good one
Yeah,
with
be
Drake.
easy, baby. Have a
Peace.
good day, nephew.
Have a good one.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and then
Bro,
plus,
not
like, 5:30 in the
everybody can
morning.
be Dr. Jerry Buss.
Yeah, yeah. And think about what Jerry Butt when he was innovative, it was a different era. Now you can't do all. You know,
Yeah.
you can. The best example is to me is when Ronsdorf bought the Chicago Bulls. Right? He didn't meddle. Right? He didn't meddle. He hired a guy named Jerry Krause, and Jerry Krause was the architect of one of the greatest championship runs in NBA history. So, but anyway, yeah, I'm gonna get off here too, man. I gotta run, man. I
All
ain't know
right.
it was 5:30. I
Hey,
ain't know it was
good
5:30.
conversation.
Yeah, man. It's almost 6
Yeah.
o'clock in the morning.
Go New York.
Yeah,
Go
man.
New
I might
York.
have to
Go.
find it. I might have to get somebody to send and be the host for the next morning drive, bro. I'm gonna have to do
What
something.
time is that?
Probably about 10:30, maybe. I'm thinking like 10:30, 11 o'clock. I can't do 9 because I done sat here and talk all night, and I got some stuff to do first thing in the AM.
Okay.
So,
You
yeah.
still gotta close your eyes for a minute, bro.
Yeah, I gotta close mine too. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, man. So,
All right.
but
I got some
yeah,
stuff to do anyway.
yeah, man. Yeah, man. So, dang, man, what's going on with my computer? So my computer is bugging out. I just got a black screen. So, but
We see
anyway,
you. I can see you.
nah, I'm saying it's good. It's just I just couldn't see nothing. But thank you everybody for rocking with us. I know we got a little off track or whatever, but thank y'all for staying up overnight with us,
Thank you, guys.
hanging out. And we're gonna get out of here, but we'll probably see y'all in about 6 or 7 hours for some type of Knicks morning drive. Peace, everybody. Y'all have a good night.
Salute,
All right,
salute.
y'all.